innings?
Yeah, I would like to, but you know, we have a long batting lineup, so it's tough. It's difficult for me to actually, you know, go up the order and bat. And you know, last night we batted well. Just there in the part we didn't get a finish like in the first two games as we wanted. So I think that's an area that we can improve on. And you know, if myself, you know, if I get an opportunity to bat a few more balls, if I can actually capitalize on that and give the team the finish that they're looking for right now, because I don't think that in all three games that we finished the game that we would like to, and how well that we can, because there's a strong point in the West Indies team, you know, closing the innings, and we didn't close it as we would like in the past few T20s.
Last night we had a masterclass by Tim David, a man you spent 2 months with in the IPL. Who hits the biggest six, Romario?
Well, I think last night he clearly showed that he is the biggest six. So, you know, I'm happy for him that he can get 100, but you know, it's just the way that he got it was just amazing. The way that he was hitting the ball last night, it's like he didn't miss it until in the 90s. So we see what he's capable of, and we know how strong he is. But to see him put it on display, actually coming in when the team was in trouble and play that kind of innings, you know, that's what you call a bully kind of knock. And it was good to watch, but you know, hard to know that it's against us.
Your turn this evening. Go well.
Yeah, hopefully I can put on a show this evening. Yeah.
Nathan Ellis, thanks for your time. Your pace variation has been the highlight of the series so far. You use it in the power play as well, Nathan. How do you decide when you're going seam up and pace off?
For me, I try to take in as much information as I can from the first few overs. We've had some spin bowling in the first couple overs, and I try to see and get as much info as I can out of the boys on the field, whether it's taking turn or it's quite slow. And then obviously I talk to the fellow fast bowlers and see what they have for me, and I sort of make my decision from there as to how hard the batters are going, the boundary sizes, all that sort of thing. And you know, you try to back your gut instinct in the moment.
And given that you have so many deliveries in a given practice session, how do you allocate your time to each skill?
Well, I think in a series like this where the game's coming thick and fast, you try to knock over all your work at the start of the series. I had a little break before coming here, so I had a month at home, which allowed me to sort of freshen up, but also fine-tune some things, and I felt like I came into this series ready to go. So it was a matter of just getting ready to go once I was here and staying fit and fresh and trying to get 5 games out.
Holding your nerve at the back end when guys are coming at you, how do you develop that?
I think personally it's something that you get better at the more you do it. I think it's something you can't just be good at the first time you do it. I feel like you sort of learn on the run, you learn the art of sequencing, and then you also play against the guys all around the world, whether it be in international cricket or franchise cricket. So whilst there's a little bit of honing different skills and developing different balls, I think there's also a little bit of cat and mouse stuff when you play against the same guys a lot.
You captain Tim David and Mitch Owen in the BBL. Do they get the captain's thumbs up for this series?
Absolutely. I mean, it was a pretty special moment last night watching 2 of my fellow Hurricanes teammates out there finishing a game for Australia, but to see Timmy bring up his first international 100, it was yeah, pretty special. So very proud. I was very proud of him, as I'm sure his family were and the rest of the team was. So hopefully we can replicate that again.
Go well.
Thank you very much.
soon became Australia's fastest ever 100, and his maiden ton led the visitors to a convincing win to secure the series victory. The series is already taken by Australia, but we still have action to come in the final 2 games. This is the 4th T20 International here at Warner Park between West Indies and Australia. Thank you very much for being with us. Glorious conditions once again as the sun begins to go down. Let's join Nikhil Uttamchandani in the middle. Sorry? All right. Or no chance. Can you get that? Can they give it to you before, mate? Please, please. Right, let's go. So the teams, we'll do the teams. Joey, can you ask them to give you the teams so that we could get the thing before? Yeah, go ahead, Gavin. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. All right. That's item what? That's item 7. Yeah. So it's that winning perspective first. Right. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Go ahead. Uh-huh. 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 And then so that's where Hetty Powell Rutherford come in. Yeah. Right. Even if okay. So, oh, that's the only one. Apparently, Ford is in for Moti is the only one, eh? Yeah. Who? Yeah, he said he playing because he's feeling sick, but he said he has to play. Are we leaving out Sean Abbott there? Sean Abbott was actually the most economical bowler. Are we? Uh-huh. Yeah, because I think we didn't talk about him last night at all, and we're not talking about him today, but he was brilliant. All right. And then
Nathan Ellis, thanks for your time. Your pace variation has been the highlight of the series so far.
Thank you very much.
Just 1 second. Yes, so let me hear the into the pitch, please.
The pitch and conditions are important pieces of the puzzle in any cricket match, and those elements connect with every aspect of the game. For this 4th T20 International, of course, we on the same pitch. Back-to-back usage.
Yeah, tell me. Uh-huh. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Well, so that item is 12. Right, okay, good, yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. We got, yeah. Yeah.
Casually enjoying Warner Park on the carpet with Romario Shepherd. 3.1 overs yesterday in your first game of the series. How did you assess the way you bowled?
I think
That's good. Spin till the end. Yep.
know that it's against
fine.
us.
Your turn this evening.
That's
Go
good.
well.
Yeah, hopefully I can put on a show this evening. Yeah.
Yeah, lovely. Joey hasn't gotten the Australians yet.
No Team David.
That's confirmed.
I can hear you. No Team David.
He definitely out apparently. Yeah. He went on it. And nothing happened. So he go in Florida then. Kitts provided a red carpet for the batters last night, and it was a tale of two times. West Indies skipper Shai Hope produced a masterclass with some sizzling stroke play in an unbeaten 102 that set up a total of 214 for 4. The hosts then pegged back Australia in the early stages of the run chase. But Tim David had other ideas, and packing serious power, he turned the tide with a 6-hitting blitz.
Yeah, that's gone. That's monstrous. That's almost all the way to Nevis. Brute force from Tim David.
Australia's fastest ever 50 soon became Australia's fastest ever 100, and his maiden ton led the visitors to a convincing win to secure the series victory. Yes, an unassailable 3-0 lead in the series so far, with 2 more T20 internationals to go this tonight. Here is number 4 at Warner Park between the West Indies and Australia. Thank you very much for joining us once again at beautiful Warner Park here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Things are very well set up. Even though the series is gone, there's still a lot to play for down the road. Let's join Nikhil Uttamchandani straight away.
Time for the flip of the coin then in this 4th T20I. Shai Hope from the West Indies is here. Mitch Marsh from Australia. And of course, Rayon King, former West Indies fast bowler, is our match referee. Who's got the coin? Shai has it.
Heads.
Let's call. Heads is the call.
We're going to bowl first, mate.
Unbelievably, Mitch Marsh has won another toss. Mitch, does anything change? Will you be fielding first?
We'll be bowling first, yep.
You'll be bowling first. Tell me about today. How much experimentation can we expect, given that you guys have won the series?
None. Yeah, we're obviously here to win a game and represent Australia. So we said at the start of the tournament that you know, there will be guys batting in different positions and getting opportunities in different positions, but ultimately we're here to win.
How have you gotten your group to play this fearless brand, this free brand of cricket?
I think a lot of that comes down to feeling really well prepared, and we've got great staff and a great group that allow us as players to go out there and I guess prepare as well as we could have before the series, and then it just comes down to executing under pressure, which we certainly have been at times, but I think we've been really consistent with that. Changes today? Yep, Xavier Bartlett comes in for Ben DeWashis and Aaron Hardy comes in for Tim David. All right, all the best. Let's get Shai Hope in. Before we talk about anything, check your fingers there. You can't win a toss, Shai. What's going on? I wish I knew the answer to that. Tell me about these 2 games and what you think you guys are trying to achieve, even though the series is gone. Well, whenever we step onto the party, the aim is to win games. Regardless of what's happening, we got to make sure we win as many games as possible. 3-2 certainly looks better than 4-1 or 5-0. So that's our main objective now. We got 2 games left. We got to improve our skills today. You said yesterday you want more from your batting in the middle. You got that with yourself, but at the back end you fell away. How can you get a more powerful finish? We just got to execute. I think we both bat and ball, but as you, with the batting there, we know we got power in the back end of the innings, but we just haven't been firing. I don't think it's a big concern, but it's something that we certainly need to improve if we want to be more consistent as a batting group. Tell me about your team today. One change. Mafi 4 comes in for Guru Keshmoti. And is that injury-related or tactical? A bit tactical. We see how difficult it is here in St. Kitts to restrict guys, so maybe having that extra seam option will give us a little bit more cushion. Just a bit tactical, he says. Shai, thank you very much for your time. Right, from the middle then, the news is Australia have won the toss. Again, they'll be bowling first.
Thank you very much to Nikhil and the captains. Brad Haddon and Samuel Badri are here with me, and we'll confirm these teams for you. And as is customary, the West Indies first.
Yeah, just a one change for the West Indies. Matthew Ford comes back into the team. The last time he played was against England in 2024. Gudakesh Moti, who was very expensive last night, makes way for him. They'll expect a similar start up front, but it's through the middle and the back end with the bat where they really need to come good. And the bowlers, what have they gleaned from last night? They'll need to learn and learn quickly.
And Australia have made 2 changes and continue with the theme of giving everyone an opportunity in this squad. The big out for me is Tim David's out. I think that would be hamstring related. He's coming back from that. But Aaron Hardy comes in, another powerful all-rounder with bat and ball. And the Xavier Bartlett, watch him, Bish, up the front. He's a new ball specialist and he will get that new ball to swing.
Yeah, I was intrigued there of a toss as well when Nikhil Uttamchandani used the word experiment to Australia. Mitch Marsh said no. We're not experimenting. Winning is primary to us.
Well, that's it first and foremost, and that's how you're brought up in Australia, to win every game you play. And it's opportunity. There's a World Cup in 15 games for this group, so they've got to take that as an opportunity. The guys that have come in deserve their opportunity. Aaron Hardy's been around this group for a long time. He's another powerful all-rounder. He can be used up front with the new ball also. He does swing the new ball. And then you've got Xavier Bartlett. He's just, every time he's got an opportunity with Australia, he's been world class. And watch him swing that new ball. His #1 role is to get wickets in the power play.
All right, let's remind the viewers on what players and particularly bowlers were up against in the previous game here last night. West Indies got to 214 for 4 with Shea Hope getting his first T20I century. And then Australia rattled off 215 for 4, winning with, 3 overs and 5 deliveries to spare. And Tim David was the giant in tongue, 102 of 37 deliveries. It took a little while for me to get over some of the power that we saw on display last night. So what have the West Indies learned, Samuel Badri, from last night's encounter that they can be better today?
Yeah, several things really. One of which is, first of all, setting a total. We know how difficult it is, especially on a surface like this. They get to 214 and they were well short. So what are they thinking tonight? They'll have to assess the conditions. It wouldn't be too dissimilar from what we saw last night, so perhaps over 200. And if they get themselves into a strong position, closer to 240, maybe even 250, given their lack of penetration with the ball. And then when they bowl, they'll have to find ways to restrict this Australian juggernaut, whether it is wide, whether it is those Yorkers, those variations, different things must come into play.
Yeah, and how they construct that. It almost seems on this ground, if the pitch is anything like last night, then you have to sort of maximize every ball, because Tim David showed us exactly why last night.
Well, the one thing I enjoyed about Tim David's innings the most is he came out under pressure. West Indies were in front of the game at that stage. They had the Australians 4 for 87. But what he did, yes, we've seen some brutal hitting, and we will not see hitting like that for a long time. But he also picked his mark as well. He went after the spinners, and that's his matchup. His matchup in this team is, when the opportunity comes about, is to take the spinners on, and that's exactly what he did there. The result was a brutal knock, 37 ball 100, but it was a tactical awareness the way he played for me.
Fastest 100 for Australia, and he's not playing tonight, so it's 100 and sit out the next game, Tim David. But Shea Hope is playing tonight, and he got his first T20I 100 last night.
Yeah, it was a sparkling knock, really sensational from Shea. He's been in good form in this format, and particularly in this series, had a half-century earlier. But the way he was able to carry deep in the innings, something that they've spoken about, when you get going, you get a start, you want to make sure that it is a big score. He did that well, perhaps slow down a little bit for his final few runs. But yeah, this is the difference between the West Indian openers and what the others have done. 55% of the runs have been scored by Shea Hope and Brandon King. They need more productivity from Hetmyer, from Rovman Powell and Sherfin Rutherford. Hetmyer, his strike rate has been good, but he needs more volume. Rutherford and Rovman Powell, we know what they can do, but they need to do it, and they need to do it tonight.
Yeah, no disagreement with that. Is probably the one area of the game, the one area that the West Indies can say maybe we're square with Australia. Well, bowlers have found it hard in the first game here at Warner Park. Let's get a bowler's perspective now, speaking a little bit earlier.
Nathan Ellis, thanks for your time. Your pace variation has been the highlight of the series so far. You use it in the power play as well, Nathan. How do you decide when you're going seam up and pace off?
For me, I try to take in as much information as I can from the first few overs. We've had some spin bowling in the first couple overs, and I try to see and get as much info as I can out of the boys on the field, whether it's taking turn or it's quite slow. And then obviously I talk to the fellow fast bowlers and see what they have for me, and I sort of make my decision from there as to how hard the batters are going, the boundary sizes, all that sort of thing. And you know, you try to back your gut instinct in the moment.
And given that you have so many deliveries in a given practice session, how do you allocate your time to each skill?
Well, I think in a series like this where the game's coming thick and fast, you try to knock over all your work at the start of the series. I had a little break before coming here, so I had a month at home, which allowed me to sort of freshen up, but also fine-tune some things, and I felt like I came into this series ready to go. So it was a matter of just getting ready to go once I was here and staying fit and fresh and trying to get 5 games out.
Holding your nerve at the back end when guys are coming at you, how do you develop that?
I think personally it's something that you get better at the more you do it. I think it's something you can't just be good at the first time you do it. I feel like you sort of learn on the run, you learn the art of sequencing, and then you also play against the guys all around the world, whether it be in international cricket or franchise cricket. So whilst there's a little bit of honing different skills and developing different balls, I think there's also a little bit of cat and mouse stuff when you play against the same guys a lot.
Your captain, Tim David and Mitch Owen in the BBL, do they get the captain's thumbs up for this series?
Absolutely. I mean, it was a pretty special moment last night watching 2 of my fellow Hurricanes teammates out there finishing a game for Australia, but to see Timmy bring up his first international 100, it was yeah, pretty special. So very proud. I was very proud of him, as I'm sure his family were and the rest of the team was. So hopefully we can replicate that again.
Go well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, nice interview there actually with Nikhil Uttamchandani and Ellis. And one of the things, Brad, that he talked about their sequencing. And what are we then to make of Sean Abbott? Because while Nathan Ellis gets so much plaudits, I thought Abbott last night was very economical.
Well, both bowlers, and I'll give you a bit of an insight into their mindset. We talk about how well they execute their slow balls, but it's not just about execution. Bowling a slow ball, it's where you pitch it, what length you do. Do you take the batter wide? Do you aim at the heels? And a lot of that comes outside of the playing field, and that's the one thing Sean Abbott and Nathan Ellis do better than most. They do a lot of work away, do all the analytics, and they know where to hit the slow ball to different batsmen.
Yeah, Dwayne Bravo always said it's not just about varying it, but landing it in a proper area on the surface. And we need to find out a little bit more about this surface here with Shakira Selman and Darren Ganga.
The pitch and conditions are important pieces of the puzzle in any cricket match, and those elements connect with every aspect of the game. For this 4th T20 International, of course, we're on the same pitch, back-to-back usage, but one thing that doesn't change, of course, is the boundary sizes. And if we take a look, I'm standing here, of course, at the pavilion end, bowling from the Lozak Road end, the largest square boundary to my right, that's 64 meters, down the ground 70, and behind some sub-60 meter boundaries too, so that could be exploited. Now Shakira Selman is alongside me. Shakira, yesterday you assessed this pitch. What has changed?
Yeah, not much has changed. Still a really good surface for our batters. The ball is still going to slide onto the bat, and it will be very easy to step and hit.
Yeah, and batting-friendly conditions, we saw over 400 runs in that 3rd T20 International. A word of advice for bowlers. Bowlers, have a structure at the start of your over and ensure that you're able to exploit batters. There are a few options. You can start first with an attacking Yorker or a defensive Yorker, and that's one option, Shakira Selman.
Yeah, certainly. You can also go to your variations and tee it pace off, slow and short, slow and wide, or maybe short and very wide.
Yeah, and that is something that you can consider. Of course, configure your over properly. Make sure you invite the power players to hit more offside than leg side. But an entertaining T20 International is in store for you once more.
Right, some interesting bowling plans and insights there from Shakira Selman and from Darren Ganga. So Samuel Badri, the point to you is with Darren Sammy on the left, Ravi Rampal responsible for the bowling group. How do they reflect on, let's say, the first 9 or 10 overs last night with the ball?
Yeah, I think they were good. They got those early wickets which they were searching for, and Romario Shepherd seemed to understand the bowling plan. Pace off into the batter, and he got them hitting into the wind. So, and then they went wide. So I thought that in the first half of the innings they were very good. They just made some bad decisions thereafter, and it was really those 3 overs of spin which cost them some 71 runs that really changed the game heavily in the favor of the West Indies. So they'll be thinking about that, they'll be talking about that. One of the things that they did was a tactical change in taking out the spinner Moti and giving them another seam bowling option in Matthew Ford.
And Australia recognized that last night because they got Abbott back in and left out Kuhnemann.
Yeah, and I think on this surface, you need variation in your attack. They've got a couple of part-time spinners that they can use, the West Indies, so you need some fast bowling options that can change their pace. But the one thing they've got to realise as a bowling group, you're going to get hit out of the ground. But get hit out of the ground executing your plan. And I think that's the one thing they can learn from Sean Abbott and Nathan Ellis. You might go a long way at this venue, but if you're executing, that's okay.
Yeah, and Nathan Ellis did say that those skills aren't acquired overnight. It takes time, right? So someone like Matthew Ford, would he have sat and watched, and what would he have picked up?
Yeah, not only him, Jadier Blades, who just played his first game there, he would reflect on what he did well and will want to continue that. And then one of the things that Ellis said as well is you glean information from what the others have done before you and as quickly as you can when you do get an opportunity. And I just want the young West Indians to understand that you can learn vicariously. You don't have to experience it yourself in order to learn. Learn from the others, glean that information, and then try to put that into your game to achieve that level of success.
And just a reminder, because I know fans have a very, I wouldn't say myopic outlook, but they see things only in front of them. It takes time, especially on a ground like this. So time now to get another perspective of a bowler, speaking earlier with Nikhil.
Casually enjoying Warner Park on the carpet with Romario Shepherd. 3.1 overs yesterday in your first game of the series. How did you assess the way you bowled?
Well, I think I had a great start, getting the wickets. But in my third over, I think it went for a bit too much that I didn't, really want at that stage of the game, because I think that stage of the game, if I had gone for less and took a wicket, got a break for the team, maybe the game could have turned out different.
On this pitch, how are you balancing going to your variations and then hitting that good length, especially in the power play?
But I think on this wicket it's very tough, so you got to be less predictable as possible, because if a batter make up his mind to hit you off a good length, he can, especially on the small boundary, so he doesn't have to, get the best timings on it. So I'm trying to be as much as unpredictable as I can be, because we all know these batters are in form and how well they hit the ball, and they're more fancy seamers, so it's just about me changing up stuff as much as possible.
I know you do whatever the team requires, but with batting, does Romario Shepherd prefer maybe to face a few more balls when he comes in the T20 innings?
Yeah, I would like to, but we have a long batting lineup, so it's tough. It's difficult for me to actually, go up the hard and bat. And last night we batted well. Just the ending part, we didn't get a finish like in the first two games as we wanted. So I think that's an area that we can improve on. And if myself, if I get an opportunity to bat a few more balls, if I can actually capitalize on that and give the team the finish that they're looking for right now, because I don't think that in all three games that we finished the game that we would like to, and how well that we can, because there's a strong point in the West Indies team, closing the innings, and we didn't close it as we would like in the past few T20s.
Last night we had a masterclass by Tim David, a man you spent 2 months with in the IPL. Who hits the biggest six, Romario?
Well, I think last night he clearly showed that he is the biggest six. So, I'm happy for him that he can get 100. But it's just the way that he got it was just amazing. The way that he was hitting the ball last night. It's like he didn't miss it until in the 90s. So we see what he's capable of, and we know how strong he is. But to see him put it on display, actually coming in when the team was in trouble and play that kind of innings, that's what you call a bully kind of knock. And it was good to watch, but hard to know that it's against us.
Your turn this evening. Go well.
Yeah, hopefully I can put on a show this evening. Yeah.
Romario Shepherd speaking to Nikhil a little bit earlier. We hopefully will get this crowd building up here for some royal entertainment. Brad and Samuel still here with me. I suppose as we look forward now, a couple of the things that I'd like to find out from both of you is we talk so much about what the West Indies openers have been able to do. How do Australia ensure they counter that and ensure that the batters, don't repeat from what they did last night?
Well, I think Xavier Bartlett will make a big difference. His role is to come in and get wickets in the power play. And that's to combat how well the West Indies openers have played. And I think throughout the whole series that the West Indies openers have set a really good tone. They just need some help from their more experienced batters. But The Aussies need to keep going with that same mindset, is to get wickets in that first 4 overs, and that then makes it hard for the middle order to get any rhythm in their game.
And Samuel Battery, you bowl a lot. You made your name in this format, bowling that new ball, and we often hear that talk about getting wickets. Tell me how, though.
Yeah, I think one of the things you must do with that new ball is to attack the stumps. Get all of the modes of dismissal into play. We saw 29 sixes being hit in that game last night. If you can minimize the number of sixes you concede, you're in a much better position. But from a wicket-taking standpoint, bring all of those modes of dismissal into play. Swing the ball if you can. Jason Holder's length has been good. Akil Hussain, he's been strong in the power play by targeting the stumps, using that win factor here with that arm ball. But for me, bowling the majority of my deliveries on the stumps, particularly early up, that's the way to go on a surface like this.
And we heard Mitch Marsh say we're here to win, but when the series is gone, how much of that is just speak and how much of that is commitment?
It's all commitment. There's no way this Australian team, after the tour they had, want to go home losing the match. They'll come out hungry. And you've got to also remember, you've got guys like Hardy and Xavier Bartlett. They'll be very hungry to perform, so expect the Australians. They won't be easy to beat tonight.
All right, that'll be fascinating. Thank you very much to Samuel, and thank you very much to Brad for their insights. This crowd is waiting. They are eager to see whether this West Indies team can actually pull one back under Shea Hope. Changes in the Australian team, one in the West Indies team. Is this the night that the West Indies win their first game against Australia in the series? Live action after the break.
Warner Park is where we are. It is the 4th T20 International. The West Indies taking on Australia in St. Kitts. And it's Australia who have won this series. The West Indies will be hoping to put smiles, though, on the faces of many West Indians. Standing sky as we get ready. The sun sets on the series. It's been a long tour and a dominant one by Australia. The West Indies will be hoping to change proceedings. Quite a number of things happening this evening in St. Kitts, so it's great to see that the crowd is building. Last night was excellent on the grass mound especially, and they'll dress up in their West Indian maroon and support. A bit earlier we had the coin toss, which again for the 4th time in a row was won by Mitch Marsh. Shea-Hope can't believe it. Every toss in the tour lost by the West Indies and won by Australia. Samuel Badri is here. The West Indies make one change.
Hello Nikhil, hello everyone. Yes, Matthew Ford returns to the T20 International squad at the expense of Gudake Shimoti, who was quite expensive last night actually, considering that 28 runs in that over. Productivity at the top of the order, but they'll need that middle and lower order to sparkle and really to finish strongly, which they haven't been able to. And then from a bowling perspective, how can they restrict this Australian juggernaut? Marsh and Maxwell at the top of the innings. Inglis has sparkled green. We've seen Owen. No Tim David in tonight. Perhaps a little bit of an injury. No Ben Dwashus either. So that means that Bartlett and Hardy for their first game of the series.
If the West Indies feel that this will get easier, they're wrong, because Mitch Marsh made it very clear at the toss there will be absolutely no experimentation. They want to win every single game. Had one of the highest, second highest win percentage in T20 international cricket since the start of 2024, behind India. The West Indian openers have been much improved in this series. Shea-Hope got his first T20 international 100. Brandon King got consecutive 50s. Bartlett in this evening. They'll be using the new ball at some stage, we expect. Of course, they will be looking to sustain excellence. So we are all set then for the 4th T20 International. Aaron Hardy back into the Australia T20I team. Didn't bowl a lot at this year's Big Bash, only 2 overs. Brandon King, consecutive 50s in this series for him. Shea-Hope, his partner, who batted through the innings and got his career best score of 102 not out.
Yeah, they've been good in the power play. King and Hope. Leslie Rifer Jr. is the man standing. They'll want to replicate what they did last night, aiming for consistency and then look to finish off strongly. 44th T20I for the man from Barbados. And another one, Gregory Brathwaite from Barbados, a little bit more experienced, familiar pairing in these parts. 4-1, that was the result. The last time Australia were here for a T20I series, they went under to the West Indies in 2021. Well, they've taken the series already with 2 games to spare.
Is there any away movement for Aaron Hardy with slip in place, a deep point and backward square?
Let's play. Right arm over, Brandon.
Wide, just 3 wins in 18 T20 internationals for the West Indies. Eyes on the T20 World Cup, 9 months away. They'll want to use this surface here at Warner Park, same pitch, pitch 2, and be hoping they can have a complete batting innings, which they haven't done in recent times when having to set a total.
And these two have scored 55% of the runs for the West Indies in this series. Just underscores how dominant they have been. Couple half centuries, a century for Hope. How much do they need to do? How much more do they need to do to get a win? Yeah, they've lost 5 of their last 6 series as well, the West Indies.
Red hot form continues for Brandon King.
The boundary straight away to start things off. Belligerent from King, didn't middle it, but got enough of it to beat the fielder at short mid-wicket, and it brings about a change in field immediately. The slip is gone.
Still interested to see if there's some shape away. He got the second ball of the over to move away, but that one scrambled seam. That Mount Liamigwa. Trying to learn some, learning the pronunciation, but outstanding nature. She read something about the rainforest in this country actually coming back because of the restriction and reduction in cane production and sugar production. So that's good to hear. More trees. The deep point was in place but shifted to the leg side. So smart batting from Brandon King.
Yeah, deliberate. And a little bit of an advancement down the pitch, perhaps expecting that outswing, so he gives himself some room and he opens the face. Quite risky from Brandon King, and so he's continued where he left off last night, under pressure. Is Hardy.
Now the long on comes in and the point goes back. Eight from Hardy's first and the first of the innings.
And it really is wonderful. The cloud-shrouded mountains is what gets me every time I come to St. Kitts. And you look at the mountain and the cloud just hovering above it. The confirmation of the changes. One for the West Indies. Matthew replaces Moti. And Hardy and Bartlett in for Tim David.
Mount Liamiga, pronunciation in the distance. One of many attractions here in this beautiful island of St. Kitts. And Xavier Bartlett, who made his T20 international debut against the West Indies in Perth last year, in for his first game of the series. No deep fine leg in place, there's deep square, so that will be a boundary.
He's trying to bowl a tight line because he doesn't want to give any width because of how strong both these players are actually square off the wicket offside, but a little bit too straight. And just a tickle down of the thigh pad, so it's leg buys.
9 of his 11 wickets in the power play in T20Is. A good Major League Cricket tournament, got the most wickets, so bowled well for the most part. Watched the first 3 games, Bartlett, in that 2018 Under-19 World Cup. Plays deep third, deep square. Missing leg stump.
Yeah, nice tight line to start from Bartlett. And that's something that you really need to do, particularly at a venue like this, where you need to get wickets all the way through the innings to be restrictive and to contain the batters. You're going to be hungry for this victory.
In use of the feet, not exactly where he intended it to go, Brandon King, but he'll take it.
He's just advancing the leg side of the ball because he wants to hit it offside. And the rampoles are waving the flag. Let's look at what he does. He goes leg side so that he can access anything through the offside. A thick edge, just maybe a bounce or two for four. And just one bounce. So he's on the charge, Brandon King, literally.
Slip moves out. Sheffield, the ring offside. No edge there, that was the middle.
The first of the night. And based on what we saw last night, it might be the first of many. 29 of these were struck last night. Yeah, crisp from King. That was still traveling when it struck that building down towards the Lozak Road end. Cameraman, you might be in some danger tonight again.
Only their second power play wicket of the series, and it is a first in the Caribbean for Xavier Bartlett.
Yeah, change in length, perhaps also in pace, but into the surface, and King just noodles that one. Simple catch, soft dismissal. And Bartlett is happy. Australia are happy. It's the first one down. King goes for 18, 23 for one.
Austin Chase, who got his third T20I 50 in Jamaica. First T20 international when he came in to bat at 3 in the power play like he's done here. New batter and Shea Hope facing only 2 deliveries. Marsh is happy to go back to Aaron Hardy. Square and deep point.
So one thing's changed already from an Australian standpoint. Wicket early in the plot. So they've broken that belligerent partnership. Promotion for Chase like he did in game 1 when he got that half century. Pace on delivery, but into the surface. He just pulled the length back. All Brandon King can do is to chip that one to short mid-wicket. And success early for him.
Flawless this series, Australia, but it was the one area coming into this game that wondered what would Mitch Marsh do differently to get more power play wickets, because only one, and that was Brandon King in Jamaica. Shea Hope and him, as you said earlier, Sam, have scored the majority of the runs and have done it quickly in the power play.
Changing field, the short fine leg comes across to the offside, so he's fortified that area for Shea Hope, who likes to use that angle. This one is bludgeon, but too quickly to Maxwell, so another dot delivery in the over. 3 of them to start. Yeah, you spoke about that experimenting, which Mitch Marsh was quick to shut down, but what they're doing is giving players opportunities under pressure to build their skill set, their confidence.
Inside edge from Shea Hope, only his 6th delivery. Inside 2.5 overs.
Follow the leader. Inside edge from Shea Hope. After 3 dot deliveries, he desperately needed something. Gets a bit of fortune. An intense conversation. I just wonder what they're discussing. What's a good total, perhaps? How can the West Indies win this one?
It's been a feature of Shea Hope's series. Straight hitting. Continues in the 4th T20I. Pace off from Hardy.
Yeah, this is an area that is improved leaps and bounds to hit that length straight back past the bowler. Just had to delay his stroke slightly. And good timing. So that's where he's targeted. Generally in T20 cricket, going straight, not a bad option. The change in field again, that short fine leg goes across the short third.
As Hope ramp with no fine leg in place. 32 form.
Nice little crowd coming in again. It's nice to see the passion, the fire still burns here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Hopefully a few more will turn up and West Indies can give them something to celebrate.
Hopefully they structure that batting lineup with so much power. They've not found the complete approach just yet. Over and shifted. Hetmeyer's batted 3 a couple of times. Rutherford has come up. Shepherd in a bit earlier. Bartlett. Has that carried? I think Maxwell's done well there. After a lean run, Xavier Bartlett's come in and made a big difference in the power play.
Yeah, he's removed both openers now. This is wonderful stuff, sensational stuff from Bartlett. A similar length delivery that dismissed Brandon King, looking to go straight again, but cramped for room. And so Glenn Maxwell takes a very good catch at mid-on. All smiles. And for the Australians, the West Indies captain goes. It's a 32 for 2.
Sherfane Rutherford, who since the T20 World Cup in 13 innings is averaging 10.5. The hungry, desperate, and now has the time to get himself in and find some rhythm. Flip in place. Hat-trick ball.
He has played that so well. Soft hand just opens the face, aims it to perfection.
This is an important knock, really important knock for Shepherd Rutherford. He struggled, as you mentioned there, in the recent past. Just 16 runs in 12 deliveries prior to this innings. So we need to turn things around quite quickly. He has a lot of time in this innings.
Definitely have a discussion, Mitch Marsh and Bowler, about this. Brathwaite says no. Bartlett says no.
Yeah, the concern would have been height, no doubt. Masin is 56, 49 and 66. Their power play scores to date, they've been good in the first 6 generally. Yeah, the height, the issue. And they've kept the wickets intact. Not tonight, though. They've lost too quickly. How do they, I suppose, maneuver the rest of the power play? From the early signs from Rutherford, he wants to keep going hard. And the length, the adjustment, the previous ball was struck for 4. And then a similar length, but a little bit straighter to Shea Hope, who was tucked up and couldn't go straight as he's wanted to do. Good catch from Glenn Maxwell. What an impact in your first game. Wickets in the power play. They're like absolute gold.
Could be wrong, but I believe both those deliveries, and we'll see soon, I believe both of those deliveries were on a good length. And we know for Bartlett, in his T20 international career so far, 60% of his deliveries in the power play are on that 6 to 8 meter length. So good at controlling that new ball, even when guys are coming at him and trying to put him under pressure. That has disappeared. Rutherford looks on to start, 42 for 2.
Yeah, seeking some refuge after that one came perilously close. He's tried to do that earlier in the over. Shepherd Rutherford, that time he latched on.
He'll do Shepherd Rutherford's confidence a world of good, scattering 1 or 2 spectators up there. Good timing of the jump and casually taken by Glenn Maxwell. Simply spectacular.
Well, Glenn Maxwell has made a very difficult chance look extremely easy. Chase, he departs for a duck, but just look at Glenn Maxwell. Didn't show any ounce of pressure there. One hand behind the back of his body. That is an unbelievable catch, made very simple from a star in the field, Glenn Maxwell. Chase departs for a duck. West Indies now 42 for 3.
Two batters at the crease for the West Indies who are in need of runs. Former captain Rodman Powell joins Shofane Rutherford. The simplicity of the bowling, I think, is what has stood out to me.
Have a look at this catch here from Glenn Maxwell. How easy he's made that look. But anyone at home, you've got to get the reading off the bat. Hasn't quite hit it. Also, you've got to judge to perfection the timing of your leap. Let's have a closer look here. It's high on the bat, but watch Glenn Maxwell get some cues with the pace of the ball and have to time that leap to be able to get that ball in the middle of the hand. Not a lot of people in the world, Bish, can do that.
Argue that he could even gone with two hands, to be honest with you, but that's Glenn Maxwell. Pedal and get those hands there. But the thing that has stood out to me really has been the simplicity of the length. You come in and it's something I was discussing with a colleague. Bowl your best ball and this will be the end result sometimes. Hit that length, hit that pitch hard. If it's swinging, yes, you might go full, or if you seize the opportunity to go for a Yorker, I'm not putting it out of the way, but just look at this. You see, this is what I'm talking about. 57% so far. 6 to 8 meters, 26% shorter, and very few of them full. Good stop.
The key to me there with that length, Bish, is Australia have summed up the conditions really quickly. The ball's not swinging, so what they've done is pulled their length back. And we talk a lot about what length you need to hit that 6 metre, 8 metre length. But the difference tonight, they haven't put the ball there. They've bowled the ball there with purpose. There's been a little bit of variation in the surface, but the difference tonight is they're hitting that area hard and hitting high on the splice of the batsman.
That's when the length gets away from him, even though he has a deep point. Who might come into the bowling not too long from now, Nathan Ellis.
As an Australian, I wouldn't be too disappointed with that there from Hardy. He's gone for the fuller ball, trying to get the nick. The slip went into play. He had a person out of deep point for that exact ball, but credit where it's due. There was beautifully timed there from Rutherford.
That's the better length for me. Right there. 47 for 3. Those of you around the world looking at this view, it's spectacular. It's a small federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, but in the daytime it is absolutely breathtaking. Always feel refreshed after a little journey to this part of the world. Sean Abbott, I thought, was very good last night. 21 from his 4 overs.
It's the first of the wickets of the catch there by Hardy. But this one here by Glenn Maxwell to make a decision to move to his right, put the ball below his knees. And this one, timing, class, everything had to be spot on there for Glenn Maxwell to take that catch. But his athleticism in the field, that's one of the things the Australian team pride themselves on. That they want to back their bowlers up. They want to find a way that they can contribute to the game without the ball in their hand.
And things a guy with his athleticism can do with some degree of casualness. And you just have to be a prime athlete. Someone else would have been scrambling under that and make it look more difficult.
Just look at this one. This one's below his knees. He moved beautifully to his right, didn't panic. And this one, everything has to go right. Your timing of your jump, eyes on the ball, and be able to get that ball in the middle of your hand. And an interesting thing with Glenn Maxwell, and we'll come back to his athleticism.
I think the skipper, Mitch Marsh, was coming towards it until he realised that it was struck well enough to go over him. The 50 comes up for the West Indies.
Yeah, this is very cleverly bowled here by Sean Abbott. Pace off. He's beaten Rutherford. Just trusted his swing and gone through with the shot. He will not be too disappointed with that there, Sean Abbott.
Looked as though he almost tried to overhit it, really, but he got enough of the bat on it in this last over of the power play.
This is a very important over for both teams. This is the over. Teams like to take momentum out of this over into the rest of the innings. This one back of a length. Didn't get enough of that, but this outfield is relentless. It's interesting watching Glenn Maxwell, Bish, the way he moves in the field. And yes, he's got great athleticism. He reads the game really well. But having coached Glenn Maxwell, he does more work on those little basic things than anyone else in the game. He works on his throwing, aiming at the stumps. He does a lot of work on the boundary, a lot of work on the boundary. And we've seen him take some unbelievable catches for Australia in Big Bash. But it's not by chance. It's the work he puts in and the detail he puts into his work.
I wonder whether they go to Zampa and Ellis now outside of this power play at 58 for 3. Don't disagree with that, and I like that, because I like to see guys who have, you start off with a level of talent, but you don't sit on it. You work hard with it to refine it, and that goes for bowling, batsmanship. All the excellent players don't get there by chance.
Well, having worked with him, the one thing he does more than most, he does all the basic stuff. He spends the first half of his training doing all his basic skills of the game. And as the training session grows, he goes out on the boundary, he expands the different work he does. And you just have to look at the field now. He always wants to put himself in a position where he can influence the result of the game. And when you're watching Australia, you just got to look to where Glenn Maxwell is in the field, and you get cues on what the bowler will be bowling.
Zampa into the attack.
The way the power play's gone, it's allowed Australia now to have the luxury to hold Nathan Ellis back. We know it's been so vital to have someone to have pace off the ball through the middle and back part of the innings, but because Australia have done so well with Bartlett and Hardy up front, it's allowed Mitch Marsh to hold Ellis back and use the majority of his overs now in the middle and at the back end.
Good work by the seam bowler Ellis there at cover.
And these are the little moments in games that bowlers appreciate, having the right fielders in the right position. The one thing as a spinner, you want to build dot ball pressure up on your opposition, and to have a fielding ring with Nathan Ellis, Green, Sean Abbott, that's just the advantage that Adam Zampa has, and then he can build dot ball pressure up, and you know in this form of the game that creates chances.
All the way for 6. We keep stressing the significance and the importance of trying to put an innings together for Rutherford. He's on to 31.
At 31 now, up 14. It's his highest score in this World Cup cycle. And craving opportunities up the top of the order. Giving himself a chance to get in and then expand his game.
Been a tough series. It's been tough, as I've said before, since his half century against New Zealand in Tarouba, South Trinidad against New Zealand. In the World Cup last year, he averages 10 in some 18 innings or so. And he's gone now. He's crestfallen. It's the second time in this series that Zampa has gotten him. He cannot believe it. He's now walking off.
And full credit has to go to the bowler here, Adam Zampa. The previous ball, he got hit down the ground for 6, but this ball he took wide up. It was the wrong one, just out of reach of Rutherford. Couldn't control his hand. Simple catch there by Mitch Marsh, but that was very, very clever bowling from Adam Zampa to get out of the swing arc of Rutherford, because he knew he was targeting that short straight boundary. West Indies now 4 down for 44. Rutherford departs.
Jimron Hetmeyer started the series in good touch at Sabina Park in Jamaica. And got as many as he would like since.
Catch.
It's flown past him. First ball, no sighters needed for Hetmeyer. 71 for 4.
Very aggressive start here by Hetmeyer. Zampa won't be too disappointed in that. He will enjoy the challenge. And he knows Hetmeyer will come at him.
So won the toss again tonight, folks, if you just joined us. Australia again chose to field again. West Indies 71 for 4. And to be fair, Australia were 87 for 4 last night in pursuit of 214. And they got there with a lot of deliveries to spare, courtesy Tim David, who's not playing tonight.
Talk about the toss, and it's been extraordinary, the streak Australia are on, but I'd be really inclined to bat. I know they like chasing, but that's a great start by Powell. Just over pitch there from Nathan Ellis, which is rare. But the power, he has got his weight through the ball, try to overplay his hand. That puts pressure straight back on Nathan Ellis, which the West Indies need to do.
does get a better length, and that's what I mean by a better length. Pulled it back, and the wicket of Rutherford we've seen, especially during the IPL. Now, this is a spinner, but that wide of off stump, I know he drove one from Hardy, I think, for 4. That area wide of off stump is where they've targeted him as defensive and also attacking sort of options to get his wicket, and more from seam in the last few months than spin. So it's something he has to work on. But I would argue as well, one of the things that bothered me coming into the series, it really has bothered me, was that after the test match finished earlier, and I mentioned it before the first game, Australia were able to practice at Sabina Park in Jamaica for many days. So they sat down, decided what brand of cricket they wanted to play, they strategized, and then they went to Sabina and worked on each of those specific approaches. I think in the next series, when you're playing at home, the West Indies need to do better and to get their team together earlier. Now, just look at this package again. A little bit of width on a couple, that was too straight, and then he went wider.
It's actually a really interesting point you make, Mitch, because listening to Nathan Ellis at the start of the game today, when he talks about his slow balls, it's not, I'm going to bowl a slow ball to this batsman. Difference with is the execution. You look at the way Adam Zampa bowled there to Rutherford. He got make a decision. Oh, they've gone upstairs.
TV umpire to director. There's a player's review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we move to front on, please? Ball is very close to the bat. Can we get ultra edge to confirm if there's any bat involved? Ultra edge coming up, guys. Can you take that back for me, please? Take it back again. Thank you. Forward. Forward. Thank you. The ball is in contact with the bat before it crashes into the pad. Can you take me back to Greg on field? Greg, I'll have you stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now. Make the signal.
Bassarat saying that it was inside edge and then onto pad. The Australians were thinking, did it brush the front pad, then onto the bat, and then the deflection?
The Australians thought that little bit of pad. Going back to the point on Nathan Ellis. Let's have a look here. Tough one, that. The umpire's got that right. One thing I was really impressed listening to Nathan Ellis about, we talk a lot about change-ups and different matchups, but you've also got to be able to execute it, and that plan changes for different batsmen, and that's the one thing I think the West Indies bowlers can take from what Nathan Ellis is trying to do. He knows how to get a batsman off strike, but he knows when to use his change-ups, what part of the wicket to hit it, to put things back in his favour. And I think that's the difference between the detail you're talking about when you're planning for the start of a series.
In fact, I'll say a word that Nathan Ellis used, and Daniel Vittori, who's been with you in Australia for a long time, he used it a couple of years ago with me, and I borrowed it. I told him I'd borrow it. Sequencing the over. Sequencing the over. He knows when to take pace off it like that. That's what I want our young bowlers in the Caribbean to learn. 77 for 4.
Have a look at this. This is Nathan Ellis' strength. Back of the hand, slow ball. He knows Hetmeyer likes the ball coming on. It's a clever way to get out of the over from Nathan Ellis. Well in figures there for Australia. Bartlett, Hardy, we've got a couple. Adam Zampa, he's got the big wicket. Hetmeyer.
Australia in control of this fourth T20 international. 77 for 4, the West Indies. Nathan Ellis just completing the last over, just going for 6. And now for Zampa, already with a wicket.
Nice, Toby.
Chikura Salman alongside me. These two out in the middle, 2 West Indian batters will need to ensure that they have a good tempo to this partnership and don't allow more exposure of this batting lineup.
Hello, Darren. Hello, viewers. Yeah, this is a key partnership for West Indies. These two batters will want to rebuild the innings, but they have to continue with the momentum. The West Indies weren't able to defend 214 yesterday.
Punt. That's muscle from Rahman Paul. Grandfather 6.
Yeah, this is what's going to be key. Shot selection. And whenever the ball is in your area, every time a bowler over pitches, you have to be able to capitalize. Keep looking for that delivery that allows you to maximize. And there's 2 meters, that maximum. A couple of times we've seen an example over pitching last night and tonight.
Sense that with that stroke, Rahman Paul dropped off a bit of frustration. He's had a tough series with the bat. Now he has a start, 15 from 12. And that's a stroke with attitude.
The first 2 deliveries of this over were thrown wide. This time he gets into the hitting arc of Rahman Paul. First ball change tonight.
Here's again Zampa just trying to take the line a little bit wider. Now, Adam Zampa is very much a key part of this Australian T20 team. He can be spoken about in white ball cricket in the same breath as Shane Warne, the great Shane Warne. Has played an extensive amount of one-day international cricket for Australia and T20 internationals as well. And he's been very prolific with the ball, so one thing he likes, of course, is a challenge. Make no bones about that. And that's the attitude that he got, and he has. So the smarts in his approach to dismiss Shafeen Rutherford. Wasn't concerned about investing in a 6 before taking him wide.
Catch!
That's powerful enough. Good bat on that one from Hetmeyer. He's dealing in boundaries.
Yeah, good positive start to his innings tonight. Shimron Hetmeyer. Back down the order. And he makes a really good connection with this one. The line straight, asking him to take on that breeze. He connects well, Hetmeyer.
And he plays the positive matchup, of course, hitting with the right arm wrist spinner that's turning into the lefty. Will Hetmeyer go ultra aggressive? Goes straight, and that's sufficient enough to get him another 6.
third maximum of this over so far. Pressure really on Adam Zampa. This misses his length again.
Change in the field. Anyone already in the over. He gets a dot. Second dot of the over. It's an expensive one. After 9, 98 for 4. I'm just saying that Zampa is a man with a lot of experience. 11 one-day internationals. 99 T20 internationals. Was the last 6 in the previous over. The cusp of a landmark, Adam Zampa. Playing his 100th T20 international. Most expensive over of the innings. Just staying with landmarks, Rovman Powell as well, approaching 100 T20 internationals. They both played in that 5th and final T20 international. They will celebrate that landmark, both Rovman Powell and Adam Zampa. Ron Abbott for his second, conceded 11 runs in his first over. Sounded sweet. Sounded very, very sweet. And there she flies all the way for 6.
And really getting into his work now, Rovman Powell. Struck a 6 the previous over of Adam Zampa, and now he lines up the first delivery of this over from Sean Abbott. Slower delivery. It's in the slot, and that maximum brings the 100 up for West Indies.
These two attacking this middle phase of the innings after losing 4 wickets. So counter punch here by the West Indies with the bat. It's a little too short, a little too high. So thinking was the right one. We spoke about the different options, Shakira Salman, when you're bowling against batters who are ultra attacking. Going with that slow delivery into the pitch, just getting the length a little too short on that occasion. Sean Abbott. Beats that fielder on the sweeper boundary. That supreme power from Rovman Powell.
That wrist off the bat like a bullet. Pace on. Does have 2 fielders in the deep on the offside, but great timing from Powell to pump that in front of square.
I understand what Sean Abbott was trying to do. He was searching for that wide defensive Yorker. Missed the length and punished by Powell. So what option will he turn to? Into the hard length. That wicket-to-wicket line. Rovman Powell has played an extensive amount of T20 internationals, second on that list of most runs in T20 internationals. Of course, in this innings, he's gone past Christopher Henry Gale, Brandon King, Evan Lewis also on that list. Nicholas Puran up top.
Two good deliveries following that boundary. Sean Abbott has now gone back to the length that has worked primarily for the Australian bowlers tonight. There's so much talk about sequencing the over, knowing when to use what length, what line. When you're bowling those slower balls, you also have to disguise them. Of course, the length changes according to the batter you're bowling at, the end you're bowling from. So many things to consider.
Of course, there's also the psychology and all of that. As a bowler, you can use your field placing to telegraph what you're going to do or to double bluff the batter as well. So That to me is a very interesting part of bowling, especially in T20 cricket, that bowlers could access to contain batters, to deceive batters too. Thick outside edge, fielder comes around, dives and completes the catch. Mitch Owen, the fielder. And it's another piece of excellence in the outfield to get rid of a West Indian.
He can do nothing wrong, Mitch Owen. Everything he's touched has turned to gold this series. They're playing against the angle, Sharon Hetmeyer, but it's an excellent catch again from an Australian. Full length dive low to the ground. Hetmeyer disappointed, walks back for 16 of 6 deliveries, 110 for 5. And it's time for a Dasani drinks break. Dasani water providing vital hydration for cricketers of all ages across the region, from the age grade to the men's and women's international teams.
Already 5 wickets down for the West Indians. Nice partnership, 43. And we're in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, place that you can enjoy exhilarating activities, zip lining through the rainforest, hiking up the mountains, or just enjoying the scenic journey of St. Kitts, the larger of the 2 islands. Surrounded by water, and there's a point you can look at where the Atlantic Ocean crosses with the Caribbean Sea. The beauty and warmth of the people is something to behold. Punched firmly. Romario Shepherd off the mark immediately. End of the 10th, 111 for 5. Another change in bowling. That's one of the things you've got to admire with the Australians. Mitch Marsh, not afraid to rotate his bowlers. Of course, he knows there are a few all-phase bowlers in this Australian 11, and when I say all phase, they bowl in the power play, in the middle, and in the last 5 as well. It's really a luxury to have as a captain in T20 cricket, because you can control the game, you can call upon the different bowlers and the different options depending on how the game is unfolding. He's done well, Mitch Marsh. Yeah, there is a slower delivery from Nathan Ellis, and if you followed him, of course, you'll know that he's key to wicket taking. This was Sean Abbott, just enticing that big stroke from Shimron Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer aiming straight, not trying to hit inside out, as you often see from power hitters. That bottom hand dominance, inability to get that bat swinging through cover, extra cover. Now, one of the things that data analytics allows you to do, you see a couple of runs here by the West Indians, is of course and take that extra run. Yeah, it allows you to see the patterns in the game. If you keep your eyes on that wide ball, that's his stock delivery length, and then for his slower delivery goes a bit shorter. So if you're a batter, don't be too keen to get on the front foot when you're facing a guy like Nathan Ellis, because you will have time to pick his slower delivery because of that shorter length. Again, short, piece off, and the awkward bounce. Importantly, another dot.
Yeah, it is the off-cutter as well. Just runs his fingers down the right side of the ball. You see how it grips on the surface and comes back into the right-handed batter.
Yeah, so if you're facing him, set yourself for slower deliveries. Set yourself as a batter for a slower ball. Let the faster ball surprise you. The other thing to take into consideration, of course, back-to-back matches on the same pitch, Shakira Selman and viewers expect a slowing down of the pace from the surface, a lowering of the bounce. So make sure you're selective when you're using that horizontal bat stroke, because the bounce will be a little bit lower. Elements to factor in your approach when you're batting and even when you're bowling. The ball and safe. He wasn't in control or full control, Romario Shepherd, but he takes a little bit of pressure off this partnership and in this over.
Yeah, this using his go-to delivery again. It really is the height of this delivery on this occasion. That's quite high on Romario Shepherd, top edge, gets a boundary. He cannot believe it, Ellis.
Run rate is good over 10s. There's that pace on delivery. For the length. 11 overs gone, 119 for 5. Where will the West Indies end this innings? Will it be another 200+ score? Will they be able to win with that type of total? West Indian fans in the house wearing the new West Indies kit. Of course, can follow the West Indies cricket social media platforms on @Windies Cricket. Scan the QR code on screen now and get all access to your West Indies cricket merchandise. That sounded good. That's into the wind. The fielder settles and completes the catch. So Again, the smarts from Hardy, just enticing Paul to hit into that wind. And another wicket falls.
Yeah, sounded good, but he got it way too high. He just gets under it, Romario Powell. And it really holds up in that wing. Easy catch for Jake Fraser McGirt. Look good, Romario Powell. Started to flow. Unfortunately, he has to walk back for 28. 28 of 22, 119 for 6.
Darren Sammy and Floyd Reefer. These brains trusts not looking so confident and happy in this situation, but there's still depth in this batting. Run rate superb at the moment for the West Indies. They'll be concerned with the loss of 6 wickets. Here's Jason Holder.
Powell, the last wicket to fall. You can just see he leans back at the point of contact, and that's the reason he gets under the ball as opposed to getting the momentum through the shot. Clever by Aaron Hardy though, going straight and asking him to hit into that breeze.
Soft hands from Jason Holder. Another batter who is very capable of making use of these remaining overs, playing the situation and finishing things. Of course, before this series, he was in that MLC tournament. Superb 12th over so far. A wicket and only 1 run. Oh, quite quiet on this time. Sensing the tense situation out in the middle. Beauty, real beauty. On a good length, just challenging the defense of Romario Shepherd. Be feeling that pressure, Shepherd, with the loss of wickets. Now his team depending on him to finish the innings well with the bat.
Well, he did say he'd like more deliveries to face, Shepherd. So this is the ideal situation, the situation he asked to be in. Let's see what he can do.
Just this one to deep point, so a wicket and just 2 from the over. Superb from Hardy. So I've gone 121 for 6.
Waving, fans hoping
change from the
West Indies can find a way to win a game in this tour. Lost all 3 tests, lost the first 3 T20 internationals, and it's Abbott who, after his power play bowling in the last game, went to his variation, nailed both his wide and straight Yorker. 14 dots in that last game. Both teams handsomely scored over 200. And there's the wide delivery to start. Shepherd will take that, Brad Haddon.
Yeah, that's well executed there by Sean Abbott. Shepherd will take the boundary. These are the little moments on a surface, a small outfield like this. You just got to turn around and go back to your bowling mark. It was well executed.
And the field he's got supports that wide Yorker. He's got a wide, deep third or very backward deep point with deep cover. Mid-off is in, and he's also got protection leg side if he wants to go heel. That has been timed well. Again, another wide delivery.
That has brought the crowd into the game. Bit of this here from Shepherd. He hasn't tried to overplay the hand. Sean Abbott once again has gone for the wide Yorker. This time, Shepherd's found the middle of the back and placed it beautifully over extra cover.
Right now, his deep third is shifting to a definite point, and he's got his 2 short thirds in the circle. Can he carve it through there again? Does he go pace off? Shorter length. Earlier, talk about his relationship with Tim David. The two of them spent a lot of time in winning the IPL this year. This innings, Brad Haddon, where does it rank in the most powerful you've seen?
Well, it's one of those innings where you remember where you were. It was just brutal from Tim David. Every time he looked to clear the boundary, the ball just kept travelling further and further. Pleasing thing for me, though, he was under pressure.
With the wind, it does. Oh, wow. What? That was a volleyball spike.
Yeah, that was Bartlett. He's waited a long time for this opportunity to get back in the green and goal. We spoke a bit at the start of the game that Australia would be hungry for that 5-love victory, and this is a great example of that. Attitudes reflected in your fielding, and tonight the Australians have been high class with their catching and their ground fielding.
More fiddling with the field. At current rate, they're still going well, albeit 6 down. They can get to 206 at 10 and over. There is long off in place, so 3 deep on the offside with square coming in. Shepherd still on strike. Tell you what, he is nailing that Yorker. That was on the line, the crease line, and Shepherd still finds the boundary.
Yeah, it's a wonderful stroke there from Shepherd. Let the pace of the ball do all the work. Just open his face, shimmied across. Just allowed the pace of the ball to do all the work off the bat. And he gets another opportunity. Here's Shepherd. That's a no ball from Sean Abbott.
You think this is a situation that's worked out for the better West Indies cricket? I'll get back to that, but front foot, no ball. Overstepping. So free hit delivery. Abbott under pressure. Does he go back wide Yorker with the same feel? Tries pace off and wide, and Shepherd goes 6, and what a catch! Well judged, well taken.
That is a wonderful catch in the crowd, and that just shows the power of Shepherd. That is nearly knocked deep extra cover crowd off his feet. Wonderful strike, off pace from Sean Abbott. Let's have a look at this. Nearly knocked him off his feet. Well held in the end.
Now he's going to change his angle. He's going to come around the wicket, Abbott, with the angle going across the right-hander. Love to see that one again.
Windies. And once that, listen here. Just be that creaky handle for Shepherd.
How brave you are, Sean Abbott. Can you go heel? Surely not. No fine leg. What about now? Any noise there? Josh Inglis thinks so. He's the only one. Or is he? The bat just made contact and brushed the ground. 10 seconds, Mitch Marsh. I think, yeah, he's not interested. Talking to Zampa. 1 for 3 for 6.
Was the ball before? Oh, sorry, no, that's the one. The Australians were debating whether to go upstairs. He's missed it by quite a way. The toe of his bat has hit the ground.
Xavier Bartlett is back from the end which he began. 2 overs in the power play with a couple of wickets. And with mid-off up, Jason Holder has smashed that down the ground and has enough power to get to the boundary.
As well struck there by Jason Holder. Valiant effort there by Glenn Maxwell in the deep. This is a good welcome to the crease here from Xavier Bartlett. Used his feet well there. Jason Holder, his first boundary.
Just using his feet to knock him off of that length he operates on. 2 deep offside. There's a variation. Brad, I said in the last over that this situation could almost work out for West Indies, and I said that because Romario Shepherd rarely ever gets to face more than 15 balls in T20 internationals. He's done it 12 times in his career. Averages over 60 and strikes at 160 when he comes in early. His 3 highest scores in this format, all when he came in before the end of the 15th over. So yes, the series is gone, but the wickets down today has presented an opportunity.
I think it's a great opportunity for Shepherd. The one thing, you can get pigeonholed in certain roles, and because he's got so much power at the back end of the game, Shepherd, he's tended to stay back, use him in the last 3 overs because he can be so effective. But the one thing I think he has more to his game, he has a touch play. We've seen tonight he's played the ball and hit the ball where the ball should go. And these are the opportunities he needs to take because West Indies are crying out for middle order batsmen.
When you think with this West Indies depth, right, that they always talk about having, the power that they have, can he do what he's done around the world, 14 ball 50 at the IPL? Can he just come in and hit earlier? Why can't he do it in the middle overs as well and put teams under pressure against the better bowlers?
Well, it's a good point you made. It was the same conversation that's had for a long time with Tim David. Because he's so effective and made the name for himself at the back end of games and he can ice the innings.
That has got to be the most unorthodox ramp you'll ever see, but it gets to the boundary and brings up 150.
That's unconventional. It's well directed there by Xavier Bartlett. Made his way across to use the pace of the ball. He's seen him coming, dug the ball in. He was skillful enough. Jason Holder to still get enough bat off and get the result he was after.
Interested to see if he goes back to Zampa, knowing that Shepherd at times has had his difficulties against wrist spin. The point comes in. So 4 deep leg side, pace off and straight, or Yorker straight. Leg side is into the wind. Holder came across his stumps. This will be close. Gregory Brathwaite walks away immediately. Nick Marsh rushing in. One review, so this will be an important decision with 2 seconds. 1. Oh, he was just discussing bowling options. 153 for 6.
Well bowled here by Xavier Bartlett. Made his way a long way across. I think it was still missing leg stumper. Xavier Bartlett liked it. Didn't get much support from behind the wicket.
St. Kitts, what do you have for us? Over the pitch for, over the people. Easy, too easy. Brad Hadding can do that in his sleep. Shepherd can hit 6s in his sleep as well, but here's Zampa.
I've seen pick forks used for many different things, but jumping over them has never been one. It's great athleticism and a lot of bravery. It's Tim David there. Admiring his IPL teammate at the moment.
That will be 6. Wait. I think he's actually taken that. So we lost vision of it. It was directly below us. So they're just checking to make sure this catch was totally clean. But Glenn Maxwell already has pulled off 2 unbelievable pieces of catching today. And this could be number 3.
Well, that's an unbelievable athleticism there from Glenn Maxwell. Sound surprised, but we see this time and time again. The awareness, the athleticism, the timing to get the jump absolutely perfect. There is not many fielders in the world game that can do this, and Glenn Maxwell does it time and time again. We've seen already 2 amazing catches, but that athleticism there just show why this man is regarded as the best fieldsman in the world.
Ford, who's got the joint fastest one-day international half-century, got it against Ireland earlier this year. 16 balls. Still time here for the West Indies, a lot of time. Only 3 wickets in hand.
Spin!
Have a look at this catch from Glenn Maxwell. Straight away, he's got a cue from the batsman how hard it was hit. He's made ground. He timed that leap absolutely to perfection. And then to have the foresight to see in his peripheral vision that Cameron Green was running over to get himself in the game. That's exactly what this Australian team practiced for.
Just squeezes it into the gap. Jason Holder, he's got power as well. That was touch.
A nice touch there by Jason Holder. Adam Zampa just used the pace of this ball here. Targeted that short end boundary.
I heard you talking earlier about the detail of Maxwell. I remember at the Champions Trophy this year, he was practicing catches one-handed on the boundary.
Just have a look at this in real time. Firstly, you've got to make a decision how hard he's hit the ball, and then timing. To get that timing.
Holder crosses stumps, and they still continue to attack Zampa. Even after the wicket, 164 for 7.
Adam Zampa, what he had. Jason Holder there. Those long levers allowed him to get a good piece of that ball. There's the West Indies batting card. There's too many starts. 31 for Rutherford, 28 for Powell. Shepherd, 28. He can, a little bit unlucky with that unbelievable catch from Glenn Maxwell.
A lot of catches there. The fielding has been excellent. They've been subpar based on Australian standards at times in this series. But today, outstanding, and mainly because of Maxwell's brilliance. Now, Nathan Ellis comes into the attack. His 2 overs went for just 16 at the back end yesterday, and he's got 2 of the last 5 to bowl. With deep third, deep point.
We talk about the athleticism of Glenn Maxwell, but I just want to take your attention here to Cameron Green. He's taken the catch, but that is a real attitude thing. He had to make his way 20 metres to get into the game on the chance that Glenn Maxwell would make himself available to take that catch. And they're just the little attitude things that the Australian cricket team pride themselves on.
Brilliant, and they'll need it to be good to continue to take wickets. They've done that well last 5 overs, Australia, in this series. West Indies have gone around 9s, but every 8 balls they've averaged a dismissal, and that's mainly been because of Abbott, as we saw yesterday, but Nathan Ellis, who's into the attack now. Variation so hard to hit, the unpredictability, as I told us earlier before the start of play. 165 for 2. Start of the 16th over yesterday, only got to 14.
You talk about the last 5 overs, the West Indies batting, and the one thing Australia have got the luxury of is Nathan Ellis is a specialist in this form of the game. But his main role in this team is every time things look gloom, they give him the ball. So he's got a clear game plan of what he's trying to do, where he's trying to get the batsman to hit the ball.
This has been an intelligent 11 deliveries by Jason Holder. The manipulation of the field.
Jason Holder, we know he's got a test double 100. He's done well here tonight. He's tried to get Australia off their length. He's used his feet to attack the Australian bowler to get the length in his favour. And then he's been able to use those long levers to hit through the ball.
With that shot and Holder using his feet continuously, there is a long off in place, joining the cover point.
What he's done well tonight, Jason Holder, is he's looked to get the Australian bowlers off their length. He's used his crease, he's gone at Nathan Ellis and Sean Abbott at times to get that slower ball. But he's also gone deep in his crease and used the pace of the ball. We've seen him try the ramp shot. He's trying to get the Australian bowlers to make a different decision.
He did come down the track. Again, Brathwaite is saying not out. Ellis think he agrees with that. Will end the over. 171 for 7.
Look here, and Nathan Ellis just signalled to the sideline. He's got blood coming out of that elbow. Once again, very good over there. Only 7 runs. There's the bowling card. Hardy's got 2. Xavier Bartlett's been outstanding with the new ball. Adam Zampa's got a couple.
down 7-1 for 4 overs remaining. Can they better their 214 from last night? That was a couple deliveries ago. Yeah, he needs to get some. That's smashed. That's a wonderful striking. Matthew Ford this time, his first 6 of the night.
Well, in that third T20 international, in the last 5 overs, the West Indies didn't secure a maximum. That has changed. Ford gets into motion, shows his real strength as a finisher in the innings.
And he's showing his dexterity. Might be consecutive 6s here to start the over. Wonderful batting from Matthew Ford. He's showing his range.
Yeah, and some will look at this score and think that with the loss of 7 wickets, the West Indians are in a difficult situation. One thing you need to give credit to the West Indians for is the tempo at which they scored, especially in that middle phase. They've been at their best in the series. With that 106 you mentioned, Samuel Badri.
Top delivery, anticlimactic based on how the over started. And they know that they need to get well over 200 at this venue based on what we've seen. And so even though they've lost wicket at regular intervals, all of them have continued to go hard. It makes no sense getting to a comfortable 180, 185. You need to push yourself. Wide signal despite the fact that he moved across, and that's what Josh Inglis is saying. He moved across to the offside. I guess it was still too wide.
He just needs to understand too that he's batting with a partner that is well set. Matthew Ford has Jason Holder at the non-striker's end, so don't try to be too enterprising. He's already secured 13 in 3 deliveries.
Gentle, really gentle catch taken there by Cam Green. We've seen some brilliant fielding, but that was simple. A soft dismissal from Ford. West Indies lose another.
And it's a critical moment, won by the Australians once more. Again, with 7 wickets down, this dismissal gets the Australian in more control. Matthew Ford, after looking so good in the over and in his innings, has to depart for 15. So disappointing. 184 for 8.
New batter for the West Indies. He has some batting pedigree, Akhil Hussain, and they'll want to utilize all of the remaining deliveries. There's a real risk now of being dismissed inside of the 20 overs, 8 wickets down. And they're short of the fielder, and that's the problem. They haven't been able to finish off their innings strongly in none of the matches to date.
And once more, another power player taking a short ball outside the off-stump, trying to force the issue through the onside. Again, that's a little secret there for bowlers. Oftentimes, power players are always looking leg side as against offside.
They're the strongest phase of the innings generally, historically, for the West Indies. Wide signal has been the last 5 where they've
outshone all of the top-ranked nations. In this series, however, it hasn't been the case. Just can't find that sort of rhythm that they're used to. Direct hit needed. And single to end. That's the end of Abbott. 2 for 61 from his for 186 for 8.
Most expensive figures for Sean Abbott. He was brilliant in the last game. None for 21 from his 4. Now, contrasting figures. Holden, Hussein, Shepherd, the West Indies, to over 200 in these remaining 3 overs.
Yeah, they should be thinking 30 from 3 at a minimum. The problem, though, just the 2 wickets in hand. How can they manage risk? Jediah Blades made his debut last night, so not much experience from him. Couple wickets for Hardy, Bartlett and Abbott and Zampa, so all of them bar Ellis into the wickets. And some West Indian supporters, all smiles, a couple boundaries to brighten those smiles even more. Bartlett. This is the issue, Darren. With the 8 wickets down, he still has to be a little bit watchful, Hussein.
But the West Indies will also think that there's 1 over left from Adam Zampa, who's bowled 2 for 45 from his 3. It'll be ideal to have a left-handed batter at the crease to play that positive matchup. So Hussein has to be smart. Maybe get a single, offer Holder the strike.
That's in the air. It will fall safely and it will speed across the ground for 4. Not entirely in control. They're moving to the 190s now.
Not convincing at all. Not quite sure. Hussein has chosen the right option. He was aiming leg side. Ball just peeling outside. The outer half of that bat, so didn't pick that slower delivery.
More connection this time. Will be a couple. Bartlett's playing his first game of the series. Got 2 vital wickets. The first, Brandon King, a gentle chip to short mid wicket. And then the captain of the West Indies just with another good catch. Glenn Maxwell that time. We haven't seen Mitch Owen just yet. He might be used in these final overs and not Zampa. Aaron Hardy, he's playing his first game too, so a couple changes for the Australians tonight just to give them some experience, I suppose, as they look to build their fringe players.
There is a deep point, a deep cover as well, and a long off. So now a change. Deep point comes into that inner circle. So just 2 deep fielders offside, much more protection onside.
Almost ricochets onto the stump. Might have got struck on his chin. And Jason Holder going for the ramp. Yes, Holder's a little bit risky, especially for a man of his height.
He might just need some attention. Jason Holder. There is a fair amount of courage in the execution of this stroke. Yeah, off the outside edge. Ball just picks up a little more pace, so it's very painful. On to the forearm, then on into that neck and shoulder area of Holder. Luckily for him, didn't ricochet onto the stumps.
Into the throat, into the Adam's apple. Will be discomforting. We're here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so many activities available, whether in the water or on land. If you're into nature, so many experiences to be had. For families, if you're a couple, no matter what, you'll come across to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. There's something for everyone. Ready for the resumption. Holder is good to go. Good over. 8 from it. From an Australian perspective, 194 for 8.
Discussion here with Mitch Marsh, Adam Zampa. Of course, a few options available to the Australian captain, but I'm sure he'll throw that confidence to Adam Zampa, real senior statesman in white ball cricket.
Yeah, they don't like it. They don't like it at all. They love it here in St. Kitts. They love cricket. They love the West Indies team. So much passion and hunger. Zampa for the penultimate.
Yeah.
Clean them up. This is the skill of Adam Zampa. Just slides that one off the surface. Holder doesn't make contact, and it's the 9th down for the West Indies now.
Yeah, was that the right option? They talk about there being a left-hander out in the middle and the smarts required to take control of small situations in a T20 innings. Holder just trying to go big, not effective in the execution. He departs to 26. It's now 194 for 9.
New batter for the West Indies, Jadier Blades. Might have been a googly first up to the right-hander. This is the reason why he's here. Ricochets off the bat onto the pad and then onto the stumps. Good start for Zampa in the over. And Hussain will know that it's the final wicket. He also wants to capitalize on this positive matchup. Can he achieve both?
Well, the loss of Jason Holder has just placed a damper on the approach in this situation. Has to balance his wicket with attack. Goes after it. It's it all along the ground. So not ideal for the West Indians. Blades will have to play an important supporting role in the situation. What you don't want to have happen is, of course, being bowled out before 20 overs is expired.
It's become a familiar theme now for the West Indies, how they finish their innings. They were, as you mentioned earlier, DG exceptional through the middle tonight. Australians, though, they've been at a different level through the middle overs, scoring at over 10s.
How is that?
Googly, that is what you would expect from Zampa, bowling to the left-handed Akil Hussain. Yeah, they have been going at an exceptional rate through the middle overs, given all of their power. The length was key there.
This time he misses his length. Brings up the 200 for the West Indies. Zakir Hussain, brutal on that final delivery. 2 or 3 for 9.
Well, this is a matchup that you want in favor of Zakir Hussain. If you're a West Indian fan, you want him to be hitting with the turn. You want him to be playing to his strengths and taking down the right-arm wrist spinner as he did on that occasion. So, any battle there for Hussain.
All right, some news coming in. It's a fielding penalty. They've been a little bit tardy, slow with getting their overs in, and so they'll have to face the consequences of that one fielder less allowed outside the inner circle. Unfortunately, I suppose, for Ellis is that he's bowling to number 11. And this is the last ball of the previous over to get them over 200. You can't miss your length here at Warner Park. Confirmation of that penalty, and to add even more worry for the fielders, it's drizzling now. No. Can't get the single, can't get Hussain back on strike.
I think Hussain has an important job to do here. He has to have a conversation with Blades, discuss what the approach should be, get the young player to provide support and to at least finish the innings. Maybe the rain might play spoils here.
Well, it does. The ground staff is coming on. The players are retreating to their dressing rooms. And there will be a pause in play at the West Indies. 19.2 overs, 203 for 9. A bit of football as well from our sound man. It's the 3rd time. 3 times now that Adam Zampa has conceded 50 plus in T20Is, and all 3 times it's been against the West Indies. Last night, tonight, and previously across in Australia. It's been expensive little stint for the very experienced wrist spinner. It'll be also a challenge for the ground staff to get this pitch and square covered, given the high breeze that we usually experience here at Warner Park. It sets in quickly, folks, and usually it dissipates quite quickly as well. So fingers crossed that this isn't too long of an interruption. Those in the grass bands seeking some refuge. For the 4th time in succession, the West Indies have been asked to bat first. They've gotten a lot of starts, as you can see there. No one really pushing on to get something significant. And so after 19.2, they're 203 for 9. Those partnerships, King and Hope, coming into this game have scored 55% of the runs. Just 23 that partnership tonight, and nothing over 50 for the West Indians.
The Australians with only 5 bowlers in this 4T20 International. The first time only using 5 bowlers. They've relied a lot on their seam. 2 wickets for Hardy, 2 to Bartlett, 1 difference there. Adam Zampa with 3. A little bit expensive, but they'll feel that they bowled collectively well. And they were able to control that sort of power with the bat from the West Indians. Well, the rain continues to fall here. The spectators seeking cover. We will take a short break, and hopefully when we come back, we'll have live action.
Welcome back to Warner Park, the site for the 4th T20I in this 5-match series. Australia currently leading 3-0, and the rains continue unabated here. The ground staff have done a wonderful job to get the entire square covered, and it's pretty much a waiting game. It drains quite nicely here at Warner Park, and just as quickly as it comes in, usually it blows away. West Indies asked the bat once again. King and Hope couldn't produce the pyrotechnics from last night, but lots of starts throughout the innings. Currently they sit at 203 for 9. We have 60 minutes in which we can utilize in the event of an interruption such as this. 19.2 overs, so they still have 4 deliveries remaining. And the West Indians, this is how things started. Boundary through that mid-wicket region. King was looking good in sublime touch and looking to take the attack to the Australians until he just chipped one gently to Mitch Marsh at short mid-wicket. Shea Hope was looking ominous as well. And then he too departed shortly thereafter, Darnell.
Yeah, the outlook of the innings quite different with both openers back in the pavilion. They had a good power play score though. 58 for 3. Roston Chase trying to get one over the head of Maxwell, and his brilliance just intervening. Shafane Rutherford looked really good in the short time that he was there. He looked well set for something big, striking the ball cleanly before he chipped one behind point. Marsh making no mistake, and Zampa, the wicket taker. The great thing about the innings for the West Indians was the tempo through the middle. The productivity so good with that partnership of Hetmeyer and Rovman Paul. They were destructive. Paul in particular with a couple lusty blows through the offside, through the onside. And this was a brilliant catch in the outfield to get rid of Hetmeyer. Shepherd coming in slightly earlier with quite a few overs remaining. He got a start and then he was caught by the substitute fielder. Shepherd continued the score through the offside. That was a free hit, covered, over covered. Jason Holder showing his experience with the bat in the back end. And how about this for brilliance from Maxwell, getting rid of Shepherd. Holder had to finish the innings. He was getting good support from Matthew Ford. Ford came in and struck a couple boundaries before he chipped one to short mid-wicket. And Hussain joined Holder. Holder departed. Zampa getting his 3rd wicket. And then the rain came with the West Indies poised on 203 for 9.
Yeah, the bowling figures for the Australians, 3 of them getting a couple of wickets each. Zampa, expensive again, but picking up 3 crucial wickets. That's what they've done really well throughout this innings. Wickets all the way through. The good news is that the rains have seemed to abated. If anything, it's very, very light, but it wouldn't damper these guys. The party continues here at Warner Park. Rain, what rain? We love it. Yeah, they're keeping everyone entertained. We take a short break, and hopefully on the other side we'll have much better news for you.
once again, the West Indies inserted. They've gotten so far to 203 for 9. They still have 4 deliveries remaining. And that's when the rains came, and so we are on a little bit of a break. The bowling for Australia, they've been 2 new additions to this Australian bowling lineup, Hardy and Bartlett, both of them with a couple wickets. Abbott and Zampa in and amongst the wickets as well. Yeah, more entertainment as the rain eases up. Kimar Haikon out of Jamaica. It's a wonderful fusion that Cricket West Indies has engaged in. The music and the cricket entertaining the crowd. I really admired this move just to get that fan engagement once again. The youngsters are also enjoying it. The sauce boss, I'm told. Whilst we wait until we can get back out on the field, let's look back on one of the icons of West Indies cricket who called it a day a couple games ago. Andrew Russell bade farewell to international cricket.
My very first day at Sabina Park was, I was obviously a kid, and, just come around, walk around on the field, look at the grass, lie down in the grass and just, taking in everything. Played so many games here, won so many games here, and a lot of good memories. So, what a place to call it quit on my international career. I want to be remembered as that, inspirational player where, could inspire a lot of youngsters from the Caribbean, let them know that, with hard work, everything possible. Believe in yourself, work hard. Discipline is very important. There will be a lot of sacrifices that you will have to make when you feel like you want to go out, but you have to just remain humble and stay in. Make sure you get enough rest. Take care of your body as much as possible. It's a good feeling to know I'm doing this in front of my home crowd, friends and family. But, I feel a bit sad inside, knowing that this is my last game for West Indies. Yeah, a bit sad. Tonight, my last game for West Indies. And I want to make sure that I do my best. I'm not just going to be on the field and say, okay, my last game and that's it. I want all of us to cherish these moments, all right? All the best, and make sure that we come out with a win. All right?
Sure you're not giving me a cramp?
We salute Andrew Russell. Good news though here at Warner Park, more personnel on the field, no umbrellas, which is a telltale sign that the rains have dissipated, and they'll be soon removing the covers and hopefully a resumption not too long from now. The entertainment though continues here at Warner Park. Kimal Martin, aka Yaxter, is performing, a popular reggae and dancehall artist. He's getting the crowd moving on their feet. Such a wonderful collaboration, music and cricket at Warner. Quite a few of the Jamaican artists across in Sabina Park. They've come across here to Warner Park as well.
whilst the crowd is being entertained, let's also entertain you all, and let's reflect on the first T20I at Sabina Park with the highlights. In the nation's capital, live from Sabina Park, it's West Indies up against Australia in the first T20 International. A few moments ago, we had the toss. Mitch Marsh won the toss and he wanted to bowl first, so Shea Hope as well wanted to bat first, so both captains getting what they wanted. West Indies have a couple spin options actually. Akil Hussain, Gudakesh Moti, Ruston Chase is in the playing 11. And they also have a powerful batting line of King, Hope, Powell, Rutherford, Hetmeyer.
Hey, good evening, everyone. If we had a close look at the Australian lineup, Josh Inglis and Cameron Green are the only two survivors from the Test match. Jake Fraser-McGurk comes back up into the top of the order. He's got a lot of power. Maxwell, Connolly and Mitch Owen makes his debut. Sammy in the middle order. Watch his power. The ball comes off his bat differently. Ben Dorsch, Sean Abbott, Nathan Ellis, and the skill, and I know you'll like this man, Adam Zampa.
Brandon King makes his way out to the middle, has a tremendous record at this venue. He'll be looking to give his team a good platform and foundation on which to launch. Evan Lewis has been ruled out due to injury, so there's a promotion for Shea Hope, who has done well at the top of the order since reinventing his game a couple years ago in this format. Yeah, what a start. All the way along the carpet. Brilliant from King. And again, this time one bounce for 4 consecutive boundaries off the bat of King. Yeah, that's another 4 for Brandon King. He's dealing in boundaries. Yeah, that's crushed away again with an offer, length on offer. And Brandon King says thank you very much. 21 after 2. Shea Hope this time, just one bounce. 4 again. Over 1,000 runs in T20Is for Shea Hope. Only the 12th West Indian to that milestone. 32. It's been frenetic after 3. Yes, it does. A wicket for Cooper Connolly. The first of the night. The change works. And West Indies loses their first.
That's a great start there from the Australian and a great change there from Mitch Marsh. Cooper Connolly seen King coming, just dragged it down into the wicket. A little bit of purchase in the surface. Josh Inglis does the rest. But that is a great bowling change there from Mitch Marsh. Brendan King departs for a quick by 18. The West Indies are 32 for 1.
Yeah, that's deliberate. Very deliberate from Shea Hope. What a shot that is. All the way for 6. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, that might be part of the answer from Ruston Chase. Beautifully driven straight back down the ground. That is top class. It's 56 for 1. Elegantly placed. And he does that time, and he pulls and pulls well. First through the leg side, now through the offside. That is a shot of authority from Ruston Chase, 75 for 1. That is terrific. Truly outstanding and safe for 6.
That's very good from Chase, finding ways to score behind the wicket. 4 runs. Outstanding gap finding from Chase. Again. That is a wonderful shot to bring up the 100 for the West Indies. That will bring up a half-century for Ruston Chase. Quite an impressive one. His 3rd in T20 internationals and his 2nd at this venue.
This has been a spectacular acceleration from Ruston Chase, who was 9 off his first 10 deliveries. Everything he touched has been perfect. Could have him this time. It's Maxwell, the man you want under it, makes no mistake. Partnership finally broken.
Just gone into the wicket. Chase has freed his arms and found the safe hands there of Glenn Maxwell. He departs for 60 off 32. West Indies are 1, 2, 3 for 2.
My word. Just helped, you know, an effortless help from Shimon Hetmeyer. And Shea Hope will take down his matchup. He just slowed after the power play. One-handed. What a way to get to a 7th T20 International 50. The way this man, Shea Hope, has evolved in 2 years' time. Inspirational. I cannot believe that has gone for 6. Bit of pace off, maybe. This is a chance, well judged and taken by Jake Fraser-McGurk. So Mitch Owen has his first T20 international wicket.
Slower ball, as DJ Hope just took him wide. He lost control of his hands. Jake Fraser-McGurk gone back. Simple catch for him, very good hands. And look at that excitement there. Mitch Owen, it has been an amazing 9 months for him. He gets his first, Hope to pass for 55. West Indies 159 for 3.
Does it again, but Hetmeyer just waits. He's dealing in 6s.
Maxwell takes it. And Australia need to continue prizing out wickets to stem the flow. The local boy has gone cheaply.
Yeah, disappointment for Rovman Powell. He just pushed that one really. Not trying to hit that for 6. And a simple catch for Glenn Maxwell. Another one for him. No luck tonight for Rovman Powell. He goes for 166 for 4.
He is latched onto that. Listen to them. He does go wide of off stump and Hetmeyer latches onto it. He looks in phenomenal touch. Oh, terrific. You get the sense that Ellis is trying to take him wide of off stump. There's still some room to go. Safely taken, keeping it right up there.
Yeah, good field placement. He was quite straight for Andrew Russell, who likes to go straight. A really big pair of hands from Cam Green. Russell goes for just 8, 184 for 5.
Chance for someone. Deep backward square coming in and taking it. So 1 ball for Rutherford. It's a good catch And Australia clawing things back here in these last 3.5 overs.
Yeah, Sean Abbott, the man this time. This is a very well-judged catch. Make no mistake about it. High into the night sky. Refurbished lights here at Sabina Park. Extremely well taken. Wickets in consecutive balls. Brief stay for Rutherford. 184 for 6.
Safely held by Maxwell, and the wickets continue to tumble. Australia continue to claw things back in the last 4 overs.
Yeah, triple wicket strike in the penultimate over. Jason Holder, the last of those 3 batters to be dismissed, and he finishes his spell. Dwarshuis picking up a 4-for. Another West Indian falls for naught. 184 for 7 now.
There's a fielder down there. Oh, what a leap! What a leap! One of the tallest men on the field. He might have it, actually, in terms of height. And they do put them into high traffic areas. And because he changed the field to a long off, he's got this.
Just have a look at that. The leap at the right moment. Hetty goes for 38. It's a flurry of wickets for the West Indies. 186 for 8 now.
Well, this has been good in the last 5 overs, actually, from Australia.
It starts for King. Hope got a half century. Chase was brilliant. 60 from just the 32. Hetmeyer, 38 from 19. Contributions there, but the lower part of the batting order fell away.
Dwarshuis with his best figures in T20 internationals, 4 for 36, 1 for 31 from Nathan Ellis, quite respectable. Zampa went for 30 without getting a wicket.
We will promise some pyrotechnics here at Sabina Park. It is usually high scoring, usually high octane stuff. Best of an unbeaten 92 for Mitch Marsh, captain of the team. And along with him, Fraser McGurk. He gets another opportunity after an underwhelming start to his T20 international career. A late addition to this squad. And he'll be up against Akil Hussain, who's a master of bowling in the power play. What a start. That's gone all the way on the roof at the Kingston Cricket Club. Yes, he can. He finishes off with a wicket, the wicket of Fraser McGurk. QN of the bat. They'll celebrate. West Indies will celebrate. And McGurk has to depart.
Jason Holder here looking for that extra bounce. McGurk stood tall, put his hands through it, and really only slapped it as far as Alzari Joseph at mid-off. So McGurk has to go 2 from 7, and Australia 12 for 1 at the end of the second.
Yeah, that's gone. That's disappeared over the electronic scoreboard here at Sabina and out of the park. Yeah, that's wayward. That really is from Jason Holder to finish the over. 12 from it, 4 gone, 26 for 1.
Here's the pull shot again. They place an extra fielder on the leg side. With this dangerous ploy with Marsh, who's so strong. Too deep on the leg side, so Inglis will go hard outside off stump. Yes, yes, that is Josh Inglis, signature Inglis. He's got both ramps. Is there a noise there? There was a noise.
Okay, the bat is coming across the ball. Can we have ultra edge to...
There was a noise, it was a nick. Marsh gone for 24, 46 for 2. That is the pace of Joseph. Definitely not where he was intending. It still goes for 6. Fielder there is a spectator. Length again, and 6 again. Silence at the Sabina Park. They're stunned, 64 for 2 after the power play. He could have a wicket straight out of the power play. Easily taken by Joseph. Here's the response by the men in maroon.
He always finds a way to get a wicket, Akil Hussain. Perhaps not would have been the plan. Yeah, goes for the sweet shot. A little bit of grip from the surface, a little bit of extra bunks. Safely held by Azari Joseph. Josh Inglis walks back for 18, 64 for 3.
Moti will have his man, he should have his man. He does. The master of the middle overs for the West Indies in this format strikes again.
Yeah, that was very well bowled there by Moti. Just went a little bit straighter and held the ball up a fraction shorter to Glenn Maxwell. Just gave himself a little bit of room. The ball cramped him. Simple catch there to Rutherford. Maxwell departs. Out of an indifferent 11. Australia now 78 for 4.
That is a tremendous blow. It really is a stunning shot. That's a good pickup. That's a welcome 6. Nice strike again. Another welcome 6. It's game on. 73 required from 49. Again. 3 sixes in the over. 1, 2, 3 for 4.
And that's what he does so well, Cam Green. And again, that's gone for 6. I didn't think he got it, but he did. 14 sixes in the innings now. That's power. That's pure power from Cam Green. Goes again. Gets the gap, so that's 10 runs. And it's 50 for Chris Green. A wonderful knock from him. The start of this T20I series. Yeah, it's brilliant, really is. This should be taken. Jason Holder settles under it. He completes the catch. So soon after crossing that half-century mark, Moti strikes back.
Yeah, second time tonight, Moti has been struck for a boundary and then responds with a wicket. High on the back, perhaps rushed him. Looked as though he wanted to hit that one squarer. Yeah, walks back for a well played 51. 158 for 5.
That's high. Where does it go? It's gone all the way for 6. It's on the roof for Cooper Connolly.
What a shot, what a strike to bring up a maiden half-century on debut in T20 internationals. The third Australian men's player to score half-century on debut. Thumbs up from mum, dad and girlfriend. Might be 6 and out. Here's 6 and out. So with 15 required, After an impressive knock, Owen Falls is still alive yet in the contest. They believe.
Looking for the same response, not clearing the boundary on this occasion. Australia 175 for 6.
Yeah. Hits the gap beautifully.
And he's gone. He's gone. Commentators curse. Connolly has to go. Short and wide from Jason Holder. Connolly through the kitchen sink on that one. Ended up edging it to the wicketkeeper, Captain Shea Hope. Just enough of a tickle on that. Disappointment. Connolly, joy for the West Indies. Australia 181 for 7 in the 18th over.
Could be out. Is out. Lord goodness me. Joel Andrew, the substitute fielder. Oh my goodness, what a moment.
Whitey.
Scores a level here at Sabina Park to deathly silence from this wonderful crowd that turned up tonight. It's an outstanding victory from Australia in this opening T20 international. They were put under pressure for the first 15 overs of their bowling effort, but they pulled things back well.
We are back at Warner Park. Great news for you. Covers are off in this fourth T20 International. West Indies taking on Australia. The West Indies losing the toss, being asked to bat first. 203 for 9. And they went hard. West Indies, no one getting past 35, but still find themselves over 200 with 4 balls to go in the innings. And again, Nathan Ellis standing up. Look at the difference in economy. Aaron Hardy in his first game of the series, 2 for 24. Impressive as well. All right, you just saw highlights of that first T20I as we wait and hopefully get ready and get prepared to get back on the park. We take you into highlights of that second T20I. It was a farewell by Jay Russell.
Hello and welcome to Sabina Park for the final time on this tour. It's West Indies up against Australia in the second T20 International. It really is a massive day here in Jamaica. It's called Dre Day. It's the final time that this man will be representing the West Indies in international cricket. Such a monumental figure, a stalwart, a global superstar, a 2-time World Cup champion. The Honourable Minister of Sport and Entertainment and Culture, Olivia Grange, meets with him just to present him with a memento, and what a momentous occasion it is. Swelling with pride and emotions, no doubt, Dre Russell. Yeah, look at that. It really will be something etched in his mind indelibly. The warm applauses all around for Superman, Dre Russell, Muscle Russell. So many monikers for that man. Good sportsmanship displayed by the Australians to recognize it's the rhythm of reggae and the heartbeat of cricket all meshed into one. Yeah, 2 times he's lifted the World Cup trophy with the West Indies team, 2012 and 2016. And West Indies unchanged in this encounter, so they've relied on this plain 11 to level the series. Confirmation that Australia won the toss for the second time, and for the second time they've decided to bowl first, thinking that they can chase down whatever is set before them. And for Australia, a couple changes in their playing 11. Tim David, the powerful Tim David in, and the left unorthodox Kuhnemann makes his international debut. Brandon King, hometown hero, plays at this very venue, so very familiar with the conditions here. He has a wonderful record at Sabina Park as well. Look at the strike rate. Best of 85. He was in sparkling form, but briefly in the first game. He'll be looking to go much deeper tonight. Shea Hope, brilliant in the power play. And these two put together another good partnership for the West Indies. Half century for the West Indian captain in game 1. Matthew Kuhnemann on debut and plays for the Brisbane Heat in the BBL. This will challenge the boundary. In fact, it dribbles there now. What a start for Brandon King. What a start for the West Indies. Yeah, that's disappeared. That's full. That's in his arc, and it's out the park.
Brandon King, after being contained in the previous over, finally finds the boundary. That is hit straight and very well. At his home club, Brandon King, the Kingston Cricket Club. 4 more. We're seeing the wide array of stroke play from the Jamaican. That has been smashed.
Brandon King, ever since the 4th over of the power play, he's flipped a switch and gone into several more gears.
Oh, catch it!
Again, the use of the feet from King, and the catching continues to be good from the Australian. Zampa has his first of the series.
This time, King advances just a little bit of turn, taking the outside edge of the bat. And Cameron Green has made a very difficult catch look easy. Running back to his right, has big hands, and that man there, Adam Zampa, not keep him out of the game. Brandon King to pass for 51. The West Indies now 63 for 1.
Catch it!
It's a chance. It's a chance. And it's well taken. So 2 wickets falling in quick succession. That's not an easy catch.
Yeah, Sheho opting to go after Glenn Maxwell. Yeah, another very difficult catch. Different style of catching it. Back-to-back wicket, Sheho dismissed for 9. 63 for 2.
Catch.
That is a top shot. Very good from Hetmeyer.
Catch!
In the air and taken. Maxwell has his man. Hetmeyer is absolutely berating himself as he walks off.
Yeah, pulled an earlier one in the over for a maximum. This time, cannot get back quickly enough to hit it in front of the square. Pits out Nathan Ellis at deep backward square. Maxwell is pumped right up. Hetmeyer dismissed for 14. 82 for 3.
Yeah, back live at Warner Park in the 4th T20 International. The good news is that play will restart momentarily and that we haven't lost any overs. The West Indies 203 for 9. They still have 4 deliveries remaining. The bad news, I suppose, from a bowling perspective, is that the ball will get wet. It will be difficult to grip, particularly for the spinners. 2 batters out there for the West Indies, Jediah Blades and Akil Hussain. Smiles, all smiles now. They have 4 deliveries remaining to see how many more they can get. West Indies already over 200. They have the ignominious record of losing the most matches while defending 200. 6 times they've lost defending over 200 in T20 international cricket. See how many they can get to tonight, and if they can sort of buck that trend. A couple wickets there for several bowlers. Who is he supporting? "55 minutes, the length of that interruption. We have 60 minutes to work with before we lose any overs. And so because we're within that time frame, we haven't lost any. Couple dot balls in this final over. Blades trying desperately to get Akil Hussain on strike. Fielders in the inner circle in front of the bat trying to cut one. Another dot delivery, and he falls again. Nathan Ellis, we've seen that before. A reminder as well, because of the penalty enforced, because of time, they have 1 fielder less outside the inner circle, Darren.
Yeah, and it's so important that Blades get bat on ball and allow Hussain the strike, because Hussain, the more senior batter in this partnership, fancy his chances of securing a few boundaries in the remaining deliveries.
It's a direct hit. I think he was back, but he's desperate to get anything on the ball. Yeah, we'll just have another look to be sure.
TV umpire to director. Here's an umpire's review for stumping. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to your best side on shot, please? Thank you. I'm satisfied. The bat is grounded before the wicket is broken. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen. My decision.
Confirmation that it's not out, and so this final over hasn't been scored off just yet. The brilliance of Ellis. He gets something on it this time, gets the single, and gets Akeal Hussain on strike for just one delivery in the innings remaining.
Right, chance for Akeal Hussain to finish the innings with a boundary. We saw Shepherd got a couple in the last game. Got the West Indies up to 214. That wasn't sufficient. At the moment, 204 for 9. What's Ellis thinking? Slow ball. He'll want to go wide of that off stump so that Hussain, as a left-hander, is not hitting with the wind leg side. What's his feel? There is a short third. There is a deep cover. There's a deep point as well. Now, another fielder comes into that third region to protect the boundary. Look for the pace off Akeal Hussain. Think about hitting over cover 2. Don't be one-dimensional in your approach.
The most economical over in the innings, the final over, just 2 runs coming from it, and West Indies will close on 205 for 9. Just 41 runs coming in their final 5 overs. Again, not able to finish on a high. The Australians, though, a wonderful piece of bowling all around. West Indies will be disappointed with this effort, though they've gotten over 200. It's the wickets that fell regularly throughout the course of the innings, but there's runs on the board, something to work with. A couple new faces in for Australia tonight who've done a job quite well. West Indies asked to bat again. A top score there of 31 from Sherfin Rutherford, of just 15 deliveries, lots of starts, and they get to 205.
Solid effort with the bat despite no one going over 50, but Australia will feel that it's a gettable target. 3 wickets to Zampa, he was expensive. Aaron Hardy was brilliant, 2 for 24 in 4. Most economical bowler with wickets, and then Ellis. He wasn't amongst the wickets, but his economy supported the cause for the Australians. So, game on our hands. West Indies will have to lift their bowling effort if they are to win this one. The target, though, for the Australians, 206.
Welcome back to Warner Park. West Indies getting past 200. They got to 214. 1 night to go wasn't enough. So they'll have to bowl a lot better to defend this total against a powerful batting lineup, but they went hard. Rutherford top scoring, Powell, Hetmeyer, Shepherd, Holder attacking, and Hossain at the end, valuable 60. Australia only took 1 power play wicket in the first 3 games, but today 3. Bartlett in his first game of the series making a difference, getting Brandon King, who had come into this game in red hot form, just flick one to mid-wicket, and then Shea Hope, the danger man, Centurion in the last game, holding his length. The new ball specialist. Well taken by Maxwell. 1 of 3 catches taken by Glenn Maxwell. He was outstanding today. Here's the second one, one-hander. Rutherford, who looked promising and dangerous, wide of off stump, worked again against him.
Yeah, it has been a go-to plan for many teams against Rutherford. Chairman Hetmeyer again with a very high strike rate. Another piece of outstanding fielding by the Australians. This time, Mitch Owen following dive forward and to his right. Outstanding, close to the ground. And this was a big wicket as well. Aaron Hardy came back into the attack, forced Romario Powell to hit into the breeze. Didn't get the connection he would have wanted. Powell, after some lusty blows. Easy catch for Fraser McGirt. Easy considering the type of fielding we've seen from the Australians all night. Yeah, none better than this one. Athleticism from Glenn Maxwell again. Partnering with Cameron Green. Just look at the leap, the timing. Man, he's been brilliant all night long, Glenn Maxwell. Him up forward, struck 2 6s, and then outfoxed by Sean Abbott. Slower into the surface and got it high enough. Team dismissal in the end. Easy catch for Cam Green at short mid-wicket. He's disappointed. Jason Holder opting to go after Adam Zampa in his final over. Drives one onto the pad and then ricochets onto the stumps. First contribution with the bat from Jason Holder. That was the last wicket to go.
None for 21 in 4 for Nathan Ellis, who bowled 2 overs in the last 5 when the West Indies were trying to maximize. 2 for 24 for Hardy as well, and 3 for Zampa, but went for 54. Right, fans, after a brief break, will be getting their energy back up. We are almost ready to get going. 206, run chase imminent. We are back at Warner Park, where we had a shower, 45-minute shower, so that will be something for the West Indies to contend with. Still searching for their first win in the entire series, both Test and T20 International. It will be 206 for this Australia team to take a 4-0 lead. They've already won the series, but Mitch Marsh made it very clear at the toss there will be no experimentation. They want to win every single game. Shakira Salman.
Yeah, why not? Test team won all the games. Of course, Mitch Marsh doesn't want to be the captain that gives that up. Shea Hope, though, he'll be hoping his bowlers can execute better. It's one word he's used very often across this series: execution. Failed to execute in those middle overs in that last game, West Indies. They're very good with the ball in the power play.
West Indies will need their bowlers to stand tall. They are not doing that at the moment, but they will be when the innings begins. Blades, who went for 40 last night in 3. His power play over went for 16, but he showed resilience at different times throughout that first game in T20I cricket. They continue with Maxwell at the top of the order. Going yesterday and then was run out. Mitch Marsh, though, has had a subpar series. He's got into the 20s, yet to make it out of the power play, and we haven't seen his destructive self. Slip in place, deep point, deep square. Immediately some shape, and Leslie Reefer Jr. says too much shape.
Yeah, he'd be pleased with this, you know, Blades. He pointed out that yesterday he was trying very hard to swing the ball. He wasn't able to get any shape back into the right-handers, and as a result, the boundaries that came off his first over all flew offside. This will give him some encouragement. A 30 missing leg, good decision once again from umpire Reefer.
What about this one? This time given. It could be a first T20 international wicket for Blades. It is. Marsh is walking.
Yeah, they're pumped. It's the big wicket of the opposition captain, Mitch Marsh. Again, he feels in this series. It's all about the shape, the length and the shape. Yeah, really good length. Shaping back in tight onto the stumps, crashing into leg stump. Yeah, Blades, maiden T20 international wicket for the youngster. And how quickly it's turned around for him. Marsh walks back for a duck. 0 for 1.
In at 3 is Josh Inglis, who's got to double digits in each game and goes hard, attacks in the power play. At 150, they outfoxed him last night with changes of pace, but the boy from Pilgrim Road, Christchurch, has got his first. That one just holds its line.
This is where left-arm seamers are so dangerous. Previous delivery swung back in to Mitch Marsh. And it's a big booming drive from Inglis, and it carries on with the angle.
That backward square where the West Indies have dismissed Inglis in the series, pulling. We'll see the options, but first wicket for Blades, and to get Marsh, that's a big wicket to start. Well, no review by Mitch Marsh. He walks straight off. He'll be ruining that decision.
Yeah, I'll take it. That's what Blades is saying.
definitely using that easterly wind coming from across the ground and is getting some shape with that brand new ball.
Yeah, encouraging signs for Jadiel Blaze and other West Indies seamers that will feature in this power play phase. The way to define this total is by taking wickets.
There's a deep fine leg in place, so both fielders on the leg side, maybe for the ramp. What's he doing now? He's not happy, Blades, with that field. No, he's bringing in his fine leg and he's going back to his original field. If Inglis is brave enough to ramp, let's see it. He does play the reverse ramp as well. Today, Shakira, is how Shea Hope structures his power play overs. So we know Hossain and Holder form the basis of it, but you've got Blades, left arm seam, and Matthew Ford, who also bowls the new ball, but takes it into the right-handers. So you think maybe he wants this end as well. So is it Holder again from the opposite end?
In the last game, he used 4 bowlers in that power play phase. With this start, he's likely to go back to Blades at some point. Romario Shepherd also bowling over in that power play and took a wicket.
What would you do, knowing that Ford is someone who likes to have the new ball swinging?
Yeah, the risk of not allowing the Australians to get into the rhythm, you may go Ford or Aqil Hossain from this end. Has to be Jason Holder from that Lozat Road end.
So powerful, Josh Inglis, and can score 360 degrees around the ground. 6 for 1.
Yeah, they finish to the first over for the Australians. Josh Inglis off the mark and still.
Inglis still batting to come. No Tim David. You know they call it the Sugar City. I think should call it the Windy City. PE, Port Elizabeth call that as well, but I love the breeze you get here, Shakira Salmon, throughout the day, throughout the year. And I remember in Jamaica, when the sun set and we went into the night, there was no breeze. But here, consistent. Jason Holder from that Lozat Road end, as said by Shakira Salmon. Deep point, deep square. It's Miss Maxwell going wide, caught behind. Does he go back there to start? I saw a flash of a graphic there, Shakira Salmon. And I said at the beginning that West Indian bowlers have to stand up tall. By my count, I think we have 20 games for the West Indies till the next World Cup. And we know Hossain and Holder form the foundation of the power play. But who are the other options? So the other bowlers have gone at 10s. These two have gone at 7.5. Who else? Whether it's Joseph, Blades, Ford, who are the other bowlers that will take responsibility of filling the other overs and doing their job with the new ball? Crunched again through the offside. He's very strong, Josh Inglis there.
Yeah, just changed the field when Josh Inglis came on straight. Jason Holder brought in the deep point. And this one, short, wide, just uses the pace. Inglis stays leg side of it and easily picks the gap. Yeah, I suppose this series and other series to come will help Darren Sammy and Shea Hope decide who are the best bowlers to bowl in this power play phase. Matthew Ford, very good when the ball is swinging around. Jediah Blades as well. There will be something Darren Sammy and Ravi Rampal will be thinking about and discussing. Romario Shepherd is an option.
They think Blades has got the raw materials, then do they back him no matter what? For the next series, whether it be 4 or 5 series, back him. Interesting that Holder's got deep third. Never really has the deep third because of his slow pace, but because Inglis has played that reverse ramp so often, they're starting with deep third as well as their deep square, just in front square.
I will say I'm pleased to see that they've given another opportunity to Jediah Blades. Very expensive yesterday. Heard Nathan Ellis say you get better by doing it repeatedly, being given opportunities.
Telling me you're going to Ford now, or are you going back to Blades?
There's a part of me that's saying Ford. You want to see him with the new ball while it's still swinging around. Ford. Maxwell would have seen Blades yesterday. He's the one that struck him for 16.
Two 6-run overs to begin for the West Indies 12-1. With this crowd tonight, Sally. There's a lot happening in St. Kitts this evening. There's club football, there's Grill Fest, which is the annual food festival, and still the people have come out to watch and support their team, the West Indies. Always get West Indies cricket here, especially T20 cricket. Blades is back, continuing. And spanked again through the offside.
This was always going to be the risk. We've given the youngster back-to-back overs in the power play against quality batters. Yeah, especially Josh Inglis, who's in rollicking form. He's over-pitching on that occasion.
He's got his deep fine and deep third. Shepherd dismissed him yesterday going pace off and had him pulling to deep square. Is that an option for Blades? There's just 50,000 people thereabouts, and still they come together, they rally, dance, jump, vibe. They're a colourful group of Kittitians. In December, immerse yourself in the St. Kitts Carnival. Sugar Mass, I'll be coming. A showcase of music, dance, and culture. Jason Holder was there. He couldn't get to it. Another boundary. So Blades under pressure.
136 Ks. You understand what he was doing, trying not to get predictable. Jediah Blades, previous delivery was a Yorker, went into the pitch, still struck for 4.
Still has his fine leg in place, and maybe that's what the conversation is about now. I understand he ramps. Willing to allow him that opportunity, and maybe have some more protection in front square, maybe to keep it the same.
Gets a hand on it, but will parry it into the boundary. 3 boundaries and 4 deliveries.
The Australians on the goal. And it's the power of Josh Inglis. Even though he gets a fair amount of his hand on it, Jason Holder, look at the way it still speeds along to the boundary. Always risky, giving the bowler 2 consecutive overs.
Now he makes the change. He wants Hetmeyer to go back to the boundary, deep square, and now brings his fine leg in, Shepherd. So now does he trust himself and vary, given that Inglis has attacked him. So again, Shakir Salman, home from the next end. Holder again, Shepherd.
I'm going Shepherd. I was wrong the first time. I wanted to see Matthew Ford. He went back to Blades. I think it's very important that West Indies continue to mix their bowlers in this phase.
Ford is working on an outswinger. Don't know if it's ready just yet. It could be useful if he has it from that end. Decent finish to the over after the 3 boundaries. 13 from it, 25-4. We're ahead at this stage, but Australia will have the luxury of knowing exactly what they need to chase. Manage the tempo and asking rate spectacularly well done. 3 games chasing the series. Romario Shepherd, who dismissed Inglis yesterday in the power play, is into the attack.
Yeah, 3 boundaries struck in that last over from Jediah Blaze, all off the bat of Josh Inglis. All in similar direction down the ground.
Oh no, Rain, why? Just want full game. This time in front of square. Good positioning by Inglis.
Her length just doesn't get high enough. Pulls this in front of square from just below the hip.
Third. There is the variation from Shepherd, as we've seen. Again, another boundary through the offside by Josh Inglis. This is a scary sight for West Indian fans.
Committing to this hard length, Romario Shepherd. Probably doesn't have the feel set for that though. That short wide never got high enough. Doesn't have the extra pace either for that to fly to deep third. More than enough time for Inglis to hit that in front.
Tell you what, that is such a good cricket stroke because of the fact that there was a fielder there patrolling the boundary. Played it late and played it well enough to get it wide.
Showing that it's not all about brute force. Josh Inglis. Good decision making. Good placement.
go to that good length. Haven't seen it. He's varied. And right there, good length 120 in the, not in the power play, just in general. So can he find, I know he's varied his pace and it worked yesterday, but can he find 6 to 8 meters against Inglis? How good are you, Josh Inglis, to hit that in-between length? Rain is coming. I think that may have been closer to it. He didn't really nail it, but it has enough. And the power play is so challenging to keep this man quiet.
Yeah, changes his length on this occasion. But Inglis decided to take on the field. The fielder is in the circle at mid-on. So not that much risk going down the ground.
Probably the length there. 41-42 now after the single for one.
Australia losing the 1 wicket, but after flyer still reigning boundaries. Compliments of Josh Inglis, 42 for 1 in just 4 overs.
Matthew Ford. The ball 4 overs old and with some moisture, remnants of moisture in the outfield, having been out there during the little break in play. Unlikely, not impossible, but unlikely that the ball will have that deep in swing that he so likes. So find out whether he can hold his length with a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. And without the deep third, Inglis goes to one of his favorite shots.
A wonderful dexterity on display again from Inglis, something that we've seen from him throughout the series and before. Something that stands out is how late he moves, so he doesn't give an inkling of an indication to the bowler early enough to make an adjustment. What's also noticeable, and just look at the way he plays that. If it's short, he does that. If it's full, he just looks to get under the ball.
Had to try to take pace off it there, given the field set that he has still with a deep backward square and deep mid-wicket.
Also noticeable is the number of deliveries in the power play that Inglis has faced, 22 as compared to just 3 for Glenn Maxwell. So Maxwell has only had the 3 deliveries and went to the 5th over already. Change in field, deep mid-wicket comes into the circle. Long on and deep backward square, and the 2 men out. Yeah, just look at how late he moves, just as the bowler is about to release the ball. So there's nothing the bowler can do at that point. So wonderful bit of skill from Josh Inglis. The ball is almost out of the hand when he makes his initial movement.
That is big. It brings up the 50 for Australia, and he plays the field. He almost dictates at his best form. He plays the field.
50 partnership, first 6 of the innings. And off the bat of Inglis, he races on to 48 from just 24 deliveries. He really is a remarkable player, diminutive in stature but quite powerful. And Maxwell contribution just 1.
$52 for 1.
The challenge exacerbated for the West Indies with the moisture. And a little bit of a sprinkle a couple overs or so ago, which will add to that.
Another 154 required. Australia have an unassailable 3-0 lead in this 5-match series with 1 more to go here on Monday. Jason Holder to bowl the final over of the power play, and he's got a deep backward point and a deep forward square leg. Maxwell, who's just faced the 3 deliveries.
Yep.
This was a bit slow in taking off, and Maxwell gives him the glare.
He also gives him the strike. He understands that Inglis is on the go and doesn't want to get in the way of that momentum. A little bit of cricketing intelligence being displayed here. They just meet at the halfway mark and reinforces a word or two.
Have got the deep third for Jason Holder to Inglis and that deep square leg.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm looking for is the number of deliveries that are hitting the stumps in the power play. And they've been off target. And a couple of wides now in the over. He's trying to bowl that tight line. He's trying to target the stumps, but so far in the innings, they've been outside the stump line, and it's allowed the Australians to play their shots without much of a risk. If they had to score, if they had to get those boundaries, and you know they're coming hard at you because it's over 200 they're chasing, let them take it off the stumps.
Very straight. Initially went Yorkers. 3 wides in the over. Remember Inglis on 48. He's got 1 half-century already in the series at Sabina Park. 2 T20 international hundreds. Slight shift in the field. pushing the short fine leg, top right of your screen, back to a deep fine leg. So the only two fielders outside the circle are a deep square and fine leg. He bowls to his field with Inglis backing away, trying to open up the offside.
Now, there's a clear plan from Jason Holder, and though he's bowled a couple wides leg side, he's being persistent with it. I don't mind that at all. Clarity of thought allows for better execution most times. It's when you're thinking too many different things when you mis-execute.
Should bring up the half century for Josh Inglis, his second of this series, his second in his career, in addition to 2 T20 international hundreds. And they do generally come at a quick rate of 28 deliveries.
Yeah, that's the Tim David celebration, isn't it? Tim must be saying that 50 is much slower than mine. Last night, he got his of just 16 deliveries. Yeah, all smiles.
Has to be straight because he can't afford for Inglis to open up the offside. West Indies were 58 for 3 after the power play. Very lucky to get away with that one as well, Jason Holder, in the sense that it went straight to fine leg. And 1 legal delivery left to close out the power play.
And one of the things that the West Indies must remember as well is that they'll have to get their overs in during the allocated time. Australia suffered, well, they didn't really suffer, but they had that last over where they had an additional fielder inside. And what is he doing here? Backward point, stays in the circle.
Deep in wicket, deep square leg. I wonder who bowls the next over outside of the power play. Wow! That is stylish, and the wrist work there was supreme to close out the power play by Maxwell. His first boundary, 66 for 1.
Now, we've seen this type of shot in international cricket before. Helicopter from Glenn Maxwell. Supreme timing and wrist work. And a wonderful end to the power play. And they've been brilliant in the power play in this series, Australia. They've pillaged 66 tonight.
Silent partner in this stand after losing Mitch Marsh early. Romario Shepherd. Catching opportunity and taken by Shilfane Rutherford. Keeping it full, keeping it straight. Now Josh Inglis works this time, even with the wind.
A low full toss going down the leg. Might feel a little bit unlucky here, Inglis. But a good catch from Shilfane Rutherford. Slippery ball. Did well. Yep, he looks up in despair. West Indies get another vital strike for them. Inglis, exceptional knock though, 51 from just 30, 66 for 2.
Desmond Green arrives at the crease. And that wonderful partnership with Mitch Owen at Sabina Park in Jamaica.
A low full toss. Didn't get the sort of elevation that he was after. It still would have gone for 6, but it was low enough for Sheffield Rutherford to intercept. And that is what they'll need to do. They'll need to get wickets regularly, the West Indies. No Tim David tonight, so less power, but no less skill.
Interesting dismissal. We saw Jason Holder looking to angle the ball and get the Yorkers in straight at Josh Inglis in the previous over. Wondering if it's something that Romario Shepherd bought into as well and they had planned to execute. Wasn't the absolute Yorker. And he's gone now to his good length at Green. Initially, now Maxwell on strike. Got a good change of pace when he senses the batter is looking to go hard, Shepherd.
Can the West Indies achieve some level of redemption? Can they defend over 200? I mentioned the stat a little bit earlier that they've lost 6 times defending over 200.
Slow ball gone wrong again. There was one down the leg side, the previous delivery that was wided, so Maxwell hoping that he gets into stride.
Almost like pinball here at Warner Park. Low full toss, one-hander, and a couple of ricochets off the stands, and falls back on the field.
He opened the face there almost deliberately. I think we'll get a good look at it again when we see the replay. 78 for 2.
He was dismissed playing a shot like that off the bowling of Jason Holder. He got a fine tickle through to the wicketkeeper, more back this time, but just as deliberate. Almost a straight line, that green worm above the yellow one. They'll want to stay there.
West Indies was 71 for 4 at a similar stage in their innings. They kept the tempo going through their 20 overs, even though they were losing wickets fairly regularly. Now Akeal Hussain is into the attack. Bowled an over in the power play tonight. And he gripped the ball first of all, comfortably I should say, and he get it to bite. Oh no. Oh no.
We've already seen a misfield from Jason Holder. He should have done much better down there. As a bowler, you're hoping that your fielders can pull you out. If you pull down like he did there, no such luck.
Good arm, very good arm from Shafin Rutherford. Green was looking to hustle for two. The latest Akil Hussain has come on to bowl his first over in his T20 international career so far.
And he has a deep third backward on the offside for Maxwell, who's good at that reverse and switch it.
Chance, chance. Oh, just short from Robin Powell, who's hurt his hand, I think. Ouch. Already got that wrist taped up.
Might have started off a little bit late, trying to judge the ball, expecting it to come at him. Adjusted there, and in the end had to dive forward. Some courage there to do that. Yeah, some connection in some awkward places there. He's trekking off. He needs some treatment. Favoring that right wrist. Marvin Powell. Almost an opportunity there.
Strapped hand as well, so we'll find out where Nikhil is.
There are 50,000 people in St. Kitts. It feels like there are 20,000 hearts tonight supporting the West Indies. Raul here is definitely one of them. Raul, I see you shouting with these fellas about what the West Indies need to do to win this game. What do they need to do?
They need to take the catches and stop conceding so much boundaries in overs.
So if I put you out there, can you do that? Can you take the catches?
Yeah, I could take the catches.
All right, good. West Indies, we've got an option. What is this here? This. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let's go. Sorry, so sorry. I've got Angela here. Yes. Angela, I've seen you at St. Kitts many times. Why do you love, at Warner Park rather, why do you love West Indies?
West Indies, cricket is in my blood. It stems from the Kalicharans, the Nagamutus, and I am here and I always love cricket. Win, draw or lose. We are West Indian all the way, baby, all the way, and we will support them whether.
Give me a shot. Play a cover drive. You got anything for me? Let me see. Oh, she's standing up as well. Give me something. Give me something. In and balls, and she smokes it. That's going for 6. Angela, you're one for the future. Keep going, guys. This mound is vibes. Look who I've spotted here in the grass mound. The first ever Kittitian to play for the West Indies, Mika Louis, his beautiful mom, and of course aunt. Mika, to see this many people at Warner Park, how does it make you feel inside?
It's actually inspiring stuff. You know, I remember the days where I was one of the children you're seeing here, and I used to watch West Indies play, and it was actually inspiring to me. And these are the things that push me to be a better cricketer. Is this a wicket?
Oh. No, I think it's gone all the way for 6. Just went all the way for 6. So Akil Hussain, under some pressure. I've got a lovely mum here. Mum, how proud are you of Mikael and cricket in St. Kitts?
Like 1,000,000% proud. It has been just like a journey to bring them and to watch them play cricket as youth coming up, and we at every game, you know, and to see them going from the under 15, Leeward Islands under 15 tournaments, under 17, under 19, West Indies under 19, and then to evolve into West Indies.
And that just evolved into a 6, right? Can Akil Hussain finish the over well? Hold on, we're not done yet. I'm giving you guys multiple action out in the middle and off the field as well. Akil Hussain able to get it for just a single. Now look who I've got here. This is Miles. He's got a band of, I don't know what to call these guys, but Miles here tells me he's a West Indies fan from Australia. Explain that.
Yeah, born in Nevis, but have moved to Australia as a young tacker, and now I'm back supporting my beloved West Indies cricket.
Why do you support West Indies over Australia?
Well, I think it's the greatest team in the world, really. I mean, bit down at the moment, but we're ready. We're ready. We're ready for the resurgence.
And they are, what does this say?
Full of energy!
Full of energy! Hold on. One more, come on. One more Another person is also full of energy. He's a fan favorite here in St. Kitts at Warner Park. His name, Raddy. Raddy, hold on. I want everybody to be able to see you. We're good, we're good. How many years have you been supporting West Indies cricket?
From since I'm born.
So when you came out of the hospital, you just switched on West Indies cricket straight away?
One time. From time West Indies started to play, and I come out of my mother belly, and West Indies are back in West Indies all the time, 100%.
Matthew Ford is into the attack. Who are some of your favorite players all time, West Indies cricketers?
Laro and Ambrose. All them days, my main cricketers. Ambrose, Laro, the other cricketers, them was my main cricketers.
Right, Roddy, thank you very much, brother. You keep supporting, keep blowing that horn. Guys, as you can see here, whether it's rain, sun, snow, the people in St. Kitts absolutely love their cricket.
94 for 2. That required a rate dropping under 10s now. Brad Haddon alongside me. Intense battle out in the middle.
It is, but the one thing that West Indies got to change that mindset that the fielders can make a difference. One little turn in a T20 game.
That's swatted. Ferocious power from Maxwell. He was quiet for the first 5 or 6 deliveries. And then he's caught Samuel Badri in the bathroom.
Well, that's just like Samuel Badri feeling at third man in his playing days. He's trying to get as far away from that ball as he possibly can. And Maxwell, he's picked a slower ball on the shortest side of the ground. Badri so close, so close.
Unique vantage point. Warner Park. Already 7 from 3 in this over. Now I'm keeping my eyes on Shea Hope and how he manages his bowlers. Of course, Australia off to a very good start. True to form, Samuel Badri.
You've captained him many a times. Did you have to hide him in the field?
He was short fine leg majority of times. Yeah, I'm sure he was looking on earlier in the day. We had a gentleman in the crowd complete a brilliant catch. Took it and then lost his balance. That's not how to do it.
He should have stayed at short 45.
Right, so last delivery in this, the 9th. What's Matthew Ford thinking? There is a deep point. There is a sweep offside. Deep backward square, deep mid wickets, and a long on. Goes full in the slot. And he pays a very, very heavy price. So wrong option chosen. 100 comes up for Australia. 108 for 2.
Once again, this is a wonderful strike by Maxwell. Didn't get much opportunity in the power play. Look at this. Seam up. Maxwell, the feature tonight with him, he hasn't tried to hit everything at 100%. 80% swing, he's getting maximum result.
Runs from that over, so Australia right up there with the required rate and even above. It's partnership 42 from just 18. 66 runs in the last 5 overs. Can the Windies secure a wicket? Just try and get some more control in this innings.
the way this game is going at the moment, just have a look at the ring field. West Indies have all their fielders on the ring. We know this is a small ground, the ball travels a long way, but sometimes how to change momentum in the game is bring those guys in on the one, bring cover in tight, bring mid off, and just get the batsmen thinking about something different. No matter how small the ground is, if you try to overplay your hand, that's when you can get a lead in heads.
That's a biggie. That's Maxwell at his very best. Length ball dispatched.
And Maxwell's now just starting to find some rhythm in his game. It's back of a length. He's sitting back waiting for that exact delivery. Once again, must be a cousin of Sam Badri. And the crowd catch goes down.
And again, 50 partnership comes up. Just hulking this one. Glenn Maxwell taking over from Inglis.
This is a Glenn Maxwell show at the moment. It's a strike rate of over 300. And he faced 15 balls. What he is starting to do, he's put in a lot of pressure back on Shai Hope and the West Indian bowlers. Have a look at this. And his way across to get himself in line. It's a wonderful swing of the cricket bat. Full extension, nice and flat. It's 50 partnership. This strike rate of Glenn Maxwell, 306.
She-Hope just had a chat with Romario Shepherd, now changing angle. Change works. That's the sort of subtle variations required when bowling on a surface that is so extremely good for batters.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the West Indies can do this a lot more, especially with the way the Australian batsmen are setting up. And go round the wicket, over the wicket. Just keep mixing it up. Try to get yourself out of the over. Just get the batsman thinking about something else. At the moment, become too predictable.
It's a wide. One thing I'd like to see is, of course, the use of the fielders, the change in the field. You want to be proactive as well. She-Hope, I'm looking at him because I looked at that last game and I saw in the 10th, 11th and 12th over, he went all spin, to the detriment of his bowlers and to the West Indies team, when he should have known with the entry of Tim David, should have gone pace. So tactically, behind the 8 ball on that occasion.
Yeah, you're spot on. And the reason Tim David came to the wicket then was to match up to the spin. And once he got the rhythm of one left arm spin, they should have taken the other one off, maybe gone to a pace bowl just to change it up for a couple of overs. Can bring the spin back in at different stages, but this game's all about building momentum and recognising those moments quicker than the opposition. And at the moment, Shai Hope's just letting things drift a little.
Way too wide. That's way too wide from Romario Shepherd. Just losing his composure there. And there's a ripple effect when something like this happens. It's really a change in approach and the bowler not responding to that.
Well, this is actually a really interesting stage in the game, because what Shepherd's doing here is right. His mindset about trying to hit Glenn Maxwell in the back of the heel, get him off strike. But this is now an execution. He's not able to execute the skill when he's put under pressure, and that's the problem West Indies have at the moment.
Much better. Again, the angle working in terms of containing boundary scoring when bowling to Maxwell. The other thing too is that approach has to change depending on the batter that you're bowling against. Cam Green, longer reach. You have to be mindful of your length.
Yeah, well said. And that's exactly how the West Indies need to be thinking. You need to be thinking one step ahead of the game. As we said, aiming at Glenn Maxwell's heel, that's actually the right thing to do. It's the execution, and then it becomes the practice, habit, skill.
Nice boom shot. And there is another blunder. So it's a moment like this that really just dampens the spirit of the fielding side. Biggest over of the innings so far after 10. 129 for 2, and it's a Dasani water break. Of course, Dasani water will be providing vital hydration for cricketers of all ages across the region, from age grade to the men's and women's international teams. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Series, Brad Haddon.
46 of Josh Inglis's runs come in boundaries. We always knew Josh Inglis had a touch game. What he has found over the last 12 months is a power game. Is a little gesture to his mate Tim David, sitting out this game after an explosive innings the other night. Look at the West Indies bowling card. Blades was good up front with the new ball. Sane has played a different role, only bowled one over. Josh Inglis and Glenn Maxwell have been the story with the bat.
Well, we've had the chance to enjoy this beautiful country, a country that has offered much more than the cricket here at Warner Park. On that coastline, down at Frigate Bay. Of course, you can visit the capital city to Basseterre, or dive into the natural beauty of this absolute gem of the Caribbean. Romantic destination too, if you're at that stage in life. A bit of everything. Hussain now with an important 11th over. Catch him is the cry, and so does Holder. So again, the wide line, a little bit of turn working well, and that tuck not effective from Maxwell.
Yeah, this is very well bowled from Hussain. He's taken pace off, gone wide, outside Glenn Maxwell's eye line. He's tried to pull it across, target that short boundary. He's filthy with himself. That was an amazing innings there of power from Glenn Maxwell. He'd have passed for 47 off 18 balls. Australia now 129 for 3.
Mitch Owen, he's been impactful with the bat. Of course, he had that half century on debut, and he's played pivotal roles at varying times. Hats off to Akeal Hussain, dismissing Glenn Maxwell for the first time in T20 internationals and in T20s as well, so that should be a confidence booster.
And look at Glenn Maxwell. Very frustrated there. He had the game. It'll be one. But this man, Mitch Owen, to me, he's been one of the finds of the tour. Australia have chosen him in a different role, given him opportunities at the back end of the game. And there's his family there. A little bit nervous, actually, the Owens.
Oh, yes.
Hey, Brad Haddon, I just want to talk to you about that mentorship and training that has happened with Mitch Owen. Brad Haddon, of course, one of the coaches in the Punjab Kings IPL team alongside Ricky Ponting. And he spent about 2.5 months alongside him working on his game against slow bowlers in spin-friendly conditions in India.
It's a really good point. We were lucky enough to have Mitch Owen for a couple of months at Kings, and we know how powerful he is at the top of the order. He's played all his games there, but he needed to work on his game in the middle overs, starting against spin. He spent a lot of time with Ricky Ponting, mastering a craft, getting a game plan, because he's a better player than just being able to open. And the one thing we enjoyed most about him, he's a coachable young man. He was open to learn. He's enjoying this new role now. He's expanding his game. And it was just a pleasure actually to work with him.
I like the fact that you guys were upskilling him as a batter. Slapped straight to the fielder.
Well, someone with the power of Mitch Owen, and you look at this Australian cricket team, you've got guys like Inglis at the top, Green, you've got Travis Head to come back in. You need to find a spot for guys that have this sort of power and all-round ability, especially in this form of the game. And Mitch realised that, and he spent a lot of time working with Ricky around a game plan and getting his back swing right. There's a lot of trial and error, but what we're starting to see now is a more complete player, and that's what you want in this form of the game.
Much more versatile as a batter. Mitch Owen. Catch it again, falls short of Jason Holder. Yeah, just want to add that beyond that IPL, Mitch Owen spent a fair amount of time with Ricky Ponting for Washington Freedom in the MLC. And again, that training, that mentorship proving to be worthwhile. Got 50 on debut. Maybe that's a sample for the West Indies to consider in terms of the development of their young talent.
Well, the other thing he did at the MLC is he's bowled a lot more. He worked with James Hopes on his bowling. He got a lot of crucial wickets. We've seen now Mitch Marsh has been willing to go to him when he's put under pressure. And that's all you want. You want coachable young kids.
That's a wide. Yeah, just thinking, which former player can play that role in the Caribbean where they roll their sleeves up, spend a lot of time with the young West Indian batters, mentoring them, upskilling them in different areas of the game so that they become more complete players at the international level. That's a real issue in West Indies cricket.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I know a lot of the modern day players have a lot of their personal coaches, but South Australia have just won all 3 or 2 formats of the game in Australia. And I know Cole Hooper spends a lot of time. He lives in South Australia. He does a lot of work with the development of young batters there. I know he still has a tremendous passion for West Indies cricket.
Oh! The leg side so close, no wide signal. End of the 11th, a very, very successful one it is for the West Indies. 134 for 3.
Last ball of the over. Oh, so that leg's done well taken there by Shy Hope. Been lucky to get away with that. It's the wagon wheel. We're just starting to get in front. Going back to the question you asked, who would be good? It doesn't have to be one person. It can be different people depending on what tour you need. It might be you're on a test tour, you need someone technically to work on a batter's defence and trust it. It also might be different people to teach them about gamesmanship. You might need work with your captain, understanding bowling changes, how to work momentum swings in games. So it doesn't have to be one person.
Leads. Starts with a dot delivery. And I'm just clarifying that, you know, young players who are not part of the international setup needs that type of resident coach in the Caribbean not a Darren Sammy who travels around with a complement of 15 or 16 players. It's about a coach being part of a academy, for want of a better word, working day in, day out with young players, mentoring them, upskilling them. That's ball, but not enough. Another important wicket for the West Indians. Blades with his second. It's Shafane Rutherford with a safe pair of hands.
Blades, to me, has been the pick of the West Indian bowlers. He's had a real plan of how to approach his bowling tonight. This time he's gone wide. Cameron Green to stretch out. It's a simple catch there in the outfield. Blades gets his second. What he has done tonight, he's been really disciplined with his plan. Cameron Green departs. Oh, Mitch Owen, sorry, departs. Australia now 134 for 4.
Connolly, new batter. Must also add that looking at Australia in this T20 World Cup cycle, they've only been dismissed once in all matches played, and that was against England in September last year. I still think the West Indies should be mindful of that. There's a lot of depth in this Australian batting lineup, so don't get complacent. With the fall of the 4th wicket, still there needs to be that intensity.
Seen players throughout this campaign take their opportunities. Tim David was outstanding. A couple of nights back, we've seen Mitch Owen take his opportunity in the middle order, and this man here, Cooper Connolly, he's someone we're going to hear about for a long time, especially in this form of the game. He had a bit with his left arm spin. He's done really well for WA in the short form of the game.
That's another one. Commentators curse Brad Haddon. We won't be adding anything to the score tonight. Just chipping one from Blades.
Yeah, this is well bowled by Blades. Slower ball. Did Cooper Connolly for lack of pace. Jason Holder, who's had a tough night in the field's taken an easy catch. Cooper Connolly parts for a duck. He'll be disappointed. Australia now looking a lot different. 134 for 5.
Aaron Hardy, born in Dorset, United Kingdom, moved to Australia. Was touted as one of the best all-rounders in the domestic circuit. Now playing for Australia. Remember hearing about him about a year and a half ago when Stoinis ran out of form, and him being the strong contender for his spot in the Australian side. There's Blades, high on confidence.
Waiting.
Aaron Hardy's been around this Australian setup for a long time now. So have a look at this wicket. Pace off into the wicket. Cooper Connolly checked his drive. Safe catch for Holder. It's a big moment, though. Young Blades to get 2 wickets in the over, all of a sudden getting momentum back to the West Indies. Straight away you see a change in the field. Fielders are creeping in. There's a bit of energy about the crowd. One thing you need to try to do here in the West Indies is bring the crowd back into the game.
Just falling short of a double wicket maiden, so just a single from the over. Maybe the best over of the match so far. 12 overs gone, 135 for 5. And there was an overthrow as well. Make it 136 for 5.
Australian batting card there, and Maxwell, he was in an aggressive mood up top. Josh Inglis once again showed his class, but it's been Blades. 2 wickets in the last over, put the pressure back on this Australian batting lineup.
Akil Hussain. Almost well, it wasn't almost, it was self-preservation from Akil Hussain. He pulled his hand back inside once he saw it arrive at his location.
Yeah, clearly evasive action from Akil Hussain because of the ferocity that was struck back with.
And just a reminder, the reason that he's bowling that line and he's sometimes erring to the wide is because he's got 3 deep offside fielders, deep extra cover, a very straight deep extra cover, and a long off. So he's saying to Cam Green, as he was testing Maxwell too, hit me to that eastern side, offside, into whatever wind there is right now. I don't know how much there is, or drag it to long on. Subtle, the odd change up.
Yeah, I saw Zampa do this for 1 over yesterday as well. I think it was the 11th over of the game, where 2 balls were misfielded, but it worked. He bowled wide into the surface and asked the batters to drag the ball. Then with that subtle variation as well, 1 ball straight at the stumps. Unfortunately for Australia though, he went away from that plan after that over. Can Akil Hussain stick to this plan?
Oh, yeah.
With energy. You know, he certainly first ball after the break by pricing out Maxwell, and Blades following impressively. He'll get your thoughts in the next over for Jediah Blades. You don't always have to bowl over stumps. I've often said that. Very good from Akil Hussain. He's now shifted his line much straighter, and in saying that, he's taken the straightish extra cover out from the offside and put him into square leg, mid wicket and long on. So he shifted the field and shifted the line.
With Green coming back into straight, the fielder goes back to deep extra cover. So 3 on the offside again.
That's the danger of bowling straight to Cam Green. 150 is up, 150 for 5.
away from the plan again. This one a lot closer to Cam Green, allowing him to strike that one way beyond the boundary. Three wickets for Blades today. His first T20 international wicket.
And good on Jediah Blades. Feel happy for him, actually. See the comments after last night's game, after his ODI debut. He's been good tonight. I don't think he'll win the Coca-Cola fan of the day, but there is a fan of the day having a great time, as they say. Sip it with cricket. Anytime. Coca-Cola, the new soft drink and hydration partner of Cricket West Indies. Catch it, it's a cry. No, too high. Came in a little bit there, Matthew Ford, and then had to backpedal and didn't really get any elevation either.
Yeah, misjudged this, Matthew Ford. In slightly off the boundary, perhaps because of that weight factor. But this one was hit flat. Yeah, had he been a few centimeters further back, he could have taken it. We've seen Maxwell in particular leap to take some spectacular catches today. West Indies would have needed that.
And the field that Jason Holder has is a deep backward point and a deep extra cover, and he has the deep fielder's leg side, so he has two options. A good effort. It really is a good effort. She thinks that he should have held on to it. She still can't believe it. Get out there yourself then. That was a good try for me.
The fans, they know it all. This though, perhaps not one of the options. And she's saying, catch it. Catch that, catch that. Not happy with the effort. It was a good effort from Rutherford though.
One.
Yeah, that one better. That one on the stumps. The options with this field are very full and straight, or into the surface, and either straight at the batter or wide, because the two fielders deep on the offside are square. Previous delivery just slightly too wide.
Probably was beaten for a little bit of pace off the grass. I wasn't expecting it to kick off at that height. He doesn't believe it either. There's one thing that Jason Holder talks about, another Barbadian Englishman, I suppose. Chris Jordan talks about it all the time, that even though I've set that deep offside field with a backward point, I still want to keep the batter thinking there's another option of delivery for me with deep set leg side. So you kind of keep him guessing with two options. Compliment CJ, as we call him as well. He's one of the great teachers of the game, I've always felt. That is where he's moved from the straight Yorker to the wide Yorker and has protection for all you young ones at home.
The difference there is how wide he gets that one. So good execution on that occasion. Jason Holder's been good across this series at different points. Margin of error is so small, especially in this version of the game.
Oh, would have been gone had it hit, would have been gone. There was a yes, no, sorry, and Green apologizes now at the non-striker's end. 164 for 5.
Just while watching Cam Green. Bit of miscommunication. Needed a direct hit though. No one getting to the stumps.
West Indies were 153 for 6, Australia 164 for 5. Jedia Blades with 3 for 20 tonight from 3 overs. Another youngster back into the attack, has played more, Matthew Ford. Fields everywhere. 3 box. Oh, it's high. Green is a tall man. No ball. Oh no. Free hit coming up. Agents everywhere. Do you think he tried to hide this Shakir?
Just over waist height. So fair decision by the square leg on player. Yeah, 3 deep on the offside. Did go for that wide Yorker.
It should be caught, but it's a free hit, remember, and just lets it bounce. The crowd don't realize it. They're moaning and groaning and shouting abuse, but they don't realize it's a free hit. Sorry, Ruston.
That goes wide with that fuel. She knew though.
Just want to quickly go back to Jedia Blades. In the second over, I think he was hit for 3 fours by Josh Inglis. It was because he was too floaty. He became too floaty and too full into that slot area and driven one of them kind of on the front edge of a length. And then in that last over where he picked up the wickets, if we can sort of switch over to that and follow this pitch map. Hawk was too quick for me there. They switched to the next pitch map and they went from the second over and then into his third over. Where he pulled his length back. And you can see there more of a good length, which worked, contrast to the second over. My goodness. He has got some long levers on him. Cam Green, 32 required at less than a run a ball.
Look at how deep in the crease he is, Cam Green. So he sets himself up for that length. Fortunately for Ford, it doesn't get high enough. Change of angle around the wicket now, Matthew Ford. And it takes me back to that second over in particular you were talking about from Jedia Blades. It was floaty, particularly because he was searching for swing. Remember, he got swing in that first over.
Go wide above stump. Does go wide. So
often it can happen to swing bowlers. So he was searching for swing again. there was none. Took a while to adjust. But when he pulled the length back, I think there was one delivery that was short in that over. He didn't hit the pitch as hard as Aaron Hardy and Xavier Bartlett. They were able to get the extra bounce. West Indies, I think, when they've hit length on this surface tonight, they haven't hit it hard enough. They need to get the ball a bit higher. It's leveled off too often.
It is the difference between guys who bowl along the pitch rather than into the pitch. And look, I like Jediah Blades. I've said that from before he made his ODI debut last year. West Indies need a left-arm seamer to use the angle. I wonder if he'll come back on in the next over from the Lozak Road end again. And it'll take him a while. It'll take him, I think, another year and a half really to understand more about this format. So he'll be inconsistent. We should encourage him through his good and his bad days. This is a volatile format. 176 for 5.
Yeah, how long it takes him will depend on how many opportunities he's given. Tonight, he's taken those opportunities. Swing in that first over. His first wicket in T20 internationals. Yeah, then when he came back for this third over, adapted and adjusted well. And there he was able to outfox Cooper Connolly with a slower delivery into the surface. He deserves every wicket he's got tonight, and maybe even more.
The first of those wickets. And you know this as well as everyone, as many. Using the angle, the first of those wickets in that previous over was just using the angle. That was in his first over. He got swing, and then he switched ends and used the angle across the right-handed batter. So that builds well. Now he's a big challenge here now to try to close out his spell with a runner ball required. Deep backward point and deep cover. To use the angle, not gone wide enough. That was a good shot from Hardy.
Yeah, this is a handy knock from Hardy. 21 from just 12 deliveries. Remember, he's in his first game of the series, Aaron Hardy. Again, that margin for error. Didn't get it full enough, but definitely didn't get it wide enough to force Hardy to hit it square of the wicket to those two fielders in the deep on the offside.
Absolutely. Sometimes you might say, well, we're on the wide side, maybe risk a wide or two to get it out of that line to bring in these two fielders at the bottom of your screen. Oh, is that a glove? Dropped it. No, leg byes being indicated by Gregory Brathwaite.
I thought it was Woody. Jediah Blades also thought it was off the bat. You can just see how wide. I think that's off the bat or a glove. Into the gloves and straight back out. You won't be disappointed.
One through him as well. How eventful is this? I like that he's enjoying this and enjoy the competition. It was a tough initiation last year against Bangladesh. Tough previous game.
Really shot slightly too early. A very difficult chance though. Never easy to take those ones on your follow through when it's going down. But yeah, good to see him smiling.
This is promising. Information. Sorry, Gregory. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, she.
Don't forget Jediah. Sorry, Jedi, it could have been his 4th. Viewers, I just want you to remember, this guy hasn't played a CPL game yet.
Skills, you see, he's already showing, even the one that he dropped. It's just about getting the ball to hit off center of the bat, and that comes from maybe pulling down the outside, bowling the cutter, and that's what happened with the one that was hit back at him. It hit the bottom of the bat and didn't go back with any power whatsoever. Then we saw the Yorker, the short, slow ball into the pitch, and we know he can go wide. So please, you folks there, don't look at what he is now. Look at what he could be 2-3 years from now. Really happy for him tonight. As he concludes his spell, 50 partnership, 3 for 29 or 4 for Jediah Blades, 1 for the future, maybe even the present.
West Indies sent in for the 4th time in this series, got to 205 for 9. Australia in pursuit, 185 for 5. 4 overs remaining, 21 needed. Looking for 4-0 in this 5-match series. What can the West Indies do? It requires something special from here on end. More balls than runs. Half the wickets intact. That's a forlorn look. Jason Holder now from the pavilion end. He starts round the wicket. This partnership, 51 from 30. Now that should be taken. Shemon Maya settles. He completes the catch. Jason Holder strikes with his first delivery. Game on.
That's a big wicket there from Jason Holder. 50 partnership there between Hardy and Cameron Green. And Hardy would be disappointed with himself there. Low full toss. Just the angle of around the wicket. That turned in his hand. Simple catch there to Hetmeyer. Disappointed there. Aaron Hardy. He departs for 23. Australia now 185 for 6 and it's game on.
Xavier Bartlett, the new batter for Australia. Yeah, this is why he's here. Not the connection that he was after. And a simple enough catch. And for Hetmeyer, he's over the wicket now for the new batter.
It's just the angle here from Jason Holder. Hardy, the bat just turned in his hand. Just tried to overhit that ball a fraction. Locals here at St Kitts just starting to sniff an opportunity for victory. Coming back into the game.
A couple of deliveries. They've been dominant in this series, Australia. All times chasing 190 in game 1 and 18.5. Increasingly better, 173 in the second game in 15.2, and then 215 the other night, last night in 16.1. So lots of deliveries remaining. West Indies looking to work on their death bowling, but truth be told, they haven't really gotten to that stage. But this is good from Holder in this over so far.
Yeah, this is very good from Jason Holder. Shows he's thinking about his craft. Been very proactive with his field tonight. Hasn't left a lot to his captain. West Indies can just find a way here. Get rid of Cameron Green. Zampa, Ellis and Abbott haven't done any batting at all.
Right, so he goes back around the wicket for the very well set Green. $19 from 19 required.
The fielders have got to be red hot into this contest now. They can turn this match. Jason Holder's doing a wonderful job here. A wicket and 2 runs, but the fielders can play a role.
Yeah, he moved across. Holder went wider, but too wide.
The crowd very passionate. But look, don't mind that wide there from Jason Holder. This is bowling to a plan, making the Australian batsmen have to change their setup.
Yeah, good. A wicket and just 4 runs, 189 for 6. Yeah, neck and neck at the moment. A run-up ball, or 17 from 18 rather. And a confirmation news coming through that they've been penalized for overrate, and so for the remaining 3 overs they'll have an additional fielder inside the inner circle.
That's actually not a bad thing. I think that's a really good result now for the West Indies, because it makes them have to attack. You've got a Xavier Bartlett on strike now. This is his first game on tour. You've got 5 in the ring. You've got to keep him on strike.
Gets a single first ball. Australia suffered that fate in the first innings, albeit for just a single over. West Indies, I mentioned it early in the plot, they had to be wary of that and get through the overs quickly. They didn't, and so for 3 overs the bowlers will be under even more pressure. Continue to be quite pleased by the crowd that has come out, but not only the numbers, the passion that they've shown. A real love for West Indies. Forward from around the wicket. Once 2, good running, really good, quite comfortably.
That's very good running there from the Australians. You want Cameron Green on strike as much as possible. Xavier Bartlett knew straight away, in and out quick, had a quick look. They're the little things in the matches that can change the momentum. Australia want Cameron Green on strike. The West Indies want Bartlett.
It went quickly to Azari Joseph, substitute fielder on the park.
A decision to make here, the West Indies. Who do they bowl next over? Got 2 to go. You've got Hussein's got 1. Shepherd's got 1. He's gone 1 for 50.
Once 2, just a single. This time it went quickly to the fielder.
It'll be interesting if the decision to bowl the next over comes down to who's on strike. Maybe Bartlett's on strike. Would you be tempted to bowl the same, squeeze your ring fielders and see if he'll take a risk to the spin?
Well, he is on strike for the next over. Bartlett, 194 for 6. 1 delivery remaining, actually. Yeah, so it really will be interesting to see who they go with. Might be a risk with Hussein. Just 12 runs needed, a couple 6s, and it is a 6-hitting boundary. Another half-century for Cam Green. It's his 3rd half-century in 4 innings in this series, and his 6th overall. Talk about consistency. Wonderful from the Australian.
Once again, the claw comes out. The humour there. Inside joke from the Australian cricket team. Cameron Green, 50 off 30 balls. Been under pressure today. He's had wickets falling around him. He showed great composure. Look at this. The boys are having a bit of fun there with Tim David, Josh Inglis and Adam Zampa. They're enjoying the humour.
A field out there. He's dropped it. Sherfin Rutherford had to make some distance to his left. Got there, couldn't hold on.
Wow, that is an enormous moment in the match. We've seen how much of a difference Australia made in the field. Rutherford, he made good ground. Just lost his feet at the last second. Let's look at the reaction there from the supporters. That's a big miss from Rutherford.
Power down the ground. Holder tidies up. Yeah, 3 drop catches in the innings, something that West Indies continue to do, which really isn't helping their cause whatsoever. Need to be clinical, really clinical in the field. The Australians showed the way. And he's still rallying. That fan still believes. Do they believe, though? Yeah, that is over his head, just over the head of Shimron Hetmyer. The 200 comes up, just 4 needed.
It's a big moment there. And the Australians, the 200's up. Xavier Bartlett would have had his heart in his mouth. Just got a good piece of it. Hetmyer, seen a similar chance taken by Glenn Maxwell, same position today. Just got enough wood on that to get over Hetmyer's head.
West Indies will, for all intents and purposes, fail to defend over 200 yet again. It will now be the 7th time, once this match is over, that they haven't defended over 200. No other team has failed to defend over 200 as many times as them. 3 needed. I think that's out, you know. Shepherd says that he's touched it. There's not much Bartlett could have done there. That came back so quickly. He might have gotten his finger onto it and straight onto the stumps. It's an unfortunate way
TV
to
umpire
go.
to director. There's an umpire's review for run out at the bowler's end. Can you start with the best side on angle, please? Okay, I'm satisfied the ball came into contact with the hand. Can we go to your best side on angle? Thank you. Okay, the batter is short of his ground when the ball breaks the wicket. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Umpire Zahid Basarath with that decision, confirmation that it's out. Bartlett goes for 9, 2 or 3 for 7. Sean Abbott, the new batter for Australia. Just the 3 required, 1 ball remaining in this over. This is why he's here.
It's a horrible way to get dismissed, run out. But when your mate hits it back as sweet as Cameron Green did there, just takes the end of Shepherd's finger. And there'll be one more twist in this match.
The single of the final ball gets the strike, 2 or 4 for 7.
Little moments in games can frustrate a captain and a coach, and that was a little moment there where Hetmeyer should have realised that you didn't want Cameron Green on strike. He should have been up on the 1, so the bowler had the opportunity to bowl to the fresh batter. Those are just little moments. You can't coach them. That just comes from inside and being switched on to what's going on in the game. That's a bad miss there by Hetmeyer. Let's look at this. Sitting back on the circle. He should have been up in, not in allowing there to be a 1 there, and kept Sean Abbott on strike.
It's raining quite heavily, but just 2 needed. And from the final over, Gregory Brathwaite is saying, let's get on with it. Let's finish things off. Green on strike. One needed, scores level.
And Abbott get the opportunity here. I wonder, they lose a wicket. Australia's still in front of Duckworth Lewis.
One from 5. Abbott hits the winning run, and it's clinical, commanding and complete. Australia storm to a 4-0 lead in the series with another dominant display. Handshakes all around. The golf in class on full show tonight. And the Aussies are leaving no doubt as to who's boss in this battle. It's been ruthless, relentless, and remarkable. Wonderful. They win by 3 wickets.
Yeah, West Indies did well to take that right to the end. Some powerful hitting up the top with Inglis and Glenn Maxwell. I've had to be impressed with Blades tonight. That man there should be proud. In his second game, 3 wickets. Once again, it was a dominant display from the Australians when they were put under pressure.
I'd say the rain was well timed. Came at the very end. We got the game in at the end. And it's drizzling now, so the ground staff will cover the square in preparation for the next match in a couple days' time. Darren Sammy with lots to consider, very pensive. Can he come up with any solutions? Yeah, Marsh didn't score, fell in the first over. Maxwell was belligerent for his 47. Inglis was brutal for his half-century, and Green recorded another one, his third in 4 matches in the series. Hardy got to 23, and in the end, they win with 4 deliveries remaining, 3 wickets in hand. Yeah, that partnership of 66 of just 41, Maxwell and Inglis, and then Maxwell and Green of 63, and another half-century partnership, Green and Hardy. Green, the constant through most of those partnerships. Jediah Blades in only his second T20 international, 3 for 29. The young man showed great character, great learning, and lots to like about him. Holder, Shepherd, and Hussain picked up 1, but they all were a little bit too expensive. Confirmation then, the 4th T20I. West Indies sent in again, got to 205 for 9. Rutherford top scored with 31. Australia, well, they got to 206 for 7, winning this one by 3 wickets and taking a 4-0 series lead.
CG moment of the match comes with a great crowd catch. The man beside me tried to get into that conversation, but he moved away from the ball. But what a catch under pressure. Could have been used at times in the outfield for the West Indies, but he lost his feet because of the power. Look at the smile on his face, his mates all around him. And this is definitely how you shouldn't do it. West Indies great, World Cup winner. In his defence, I think he was trying to save the window. That was a CG moment of the match, Semi Badri.
Victory for Australia once again. That's what, 7-0 now. 3 test matches, all won convincingly. And then the first 4 of these 5 matches won convincingly as well. 7-0 to Australia, 1 match to go. And that's on Monday right here at Warner Park. 7th time they failed to defend over 200, the West Indies. We'll take a short break. And on the other side, we'll have the presentation. Welcome back to Warner Park, where we just witnessed another dominant display by the Aussies. West Indies got to 205 for 9, over 200 for the second time in succession, but no one really having a big score to get them closer to 240, 250. And Australia in pursuit, 206 for 7, 4 deliveries remaining, 3 wickets in hand, another half century for Cam Green. It's the 7th time now that the West Indies have failed to defend over 200 in T20 International. They win by 3 wickets and they lead this series 4-0. Shakir, when you look at this sort of statistic, what are you thinking?
Yeah, real worry for West Indies bowlers. Robert Rampal will have some work to do as he plans before the team goes down to India and Sri Lanka next year. They have to find a way to defend. If not, they'll have to score more runs, Badri.
Yeah, they lost a wicket in the first over, the wicket of Mitch Marsh, Australia, in pursuit of over 200. But Josh Inglis, he's been simply sensational in the series. What impressed you the most about this now?
Yeah, certainly his shot selection. Remember, didn't score many runs in that last game, but he came out with a clear mind and clear intent. Whenever it was short, he hit square up the wicket. When it was full, he took them on down the ground. Yeah, there's a celebration we've seen today and across the series.
Yeah, another one of the Australians who's shown great consistency in the series, Cam Green. 3 50s and 4 knocks. And he too with his brute force, 3 4s and 3 6s, long levers. So he has that reach, and as a bowler, if you're trying to bowl wide to him, it becomes a little bit more difficult. Yeah, that familiar celebration. 6th T20I half century for Cam Green overall. Yeah, the pitch well covered because of the rainfall at the end. This is how this series has panned out. Dual format tests and T20s. The test matches, you can see there right off screen, 159, 133, 176. Those are comprehensive beatings for the West Indies. Interestingly enough as well, all tosses in this series, test matches and T20Is, have been won by Australia. West Indies captains, I don't know what else they can do. But for the T20s, yeah, comprehensively as well. We have one more remaining though, a couple of days time, Monday night, right here at Warner Park. And we'll take a short break and we'll be back with some more. Stay with us.
Welcome to the post-match presentation at the end of the 4th T20 International, obviously in a different location due to the inclement weather, so we're indoors taking shelter. It is the West Indies taking on Australia in this CWI T20 series. We'd like to thank the official sponsors who've made this possible: CG United, Betcage Sports, Dasani, Courts, Macron, Coca-Cola, Powerade and the St. Kitts Tourism. Firstly, we'll ask Mr. Dennis Phillip, President, St. Kitts Cricket Association, to present Glenn Maxwell with the CWI Player of the Match. 3 catches and 47 of 18 deliveries. A dominant performance. Thank you very much, Mr. Phillip. Glenn, we'll just have a quick chat with you. Glenn, you would have found out that you had to open the batting in this series. How did you prepare for that challenge?
To be honest, I did nothing coming into the series preparing for it. I spoke to Andrew McDonald and said, whatever role you need me to play, wherever I need to fit in for this team to, I suppose, get some knowledge on how our boys are going to set up over the next little period. And he was really happy with that. And together with Mitch Marsh, we obviously come up with a plan just to give some guys some different roles through the middle and see how they adapt. And they've adapted brilliantly throughout this whole series so far. It's been great to watch some of our power hitters go about. We've seen Tim David up a little bit higher in the order. Guys playing a little bit out of position. Mitch Owen, who's been a known opener throughout the start of his early T20 career, and him playing a different role in the middle overs as well. So it's been great to see so far, and it's been good fun up the top.
Tell me about your catching. Brad Haddon told us about the attention you place in detail when you're preparing. What do you work on to prepare for your catching?
Yeah, I put a lot of emphasis on my fielding. I think it's one of the things that I've always, I suppose, held a high regard for in the way I prepare for any series, any team that I'm playing for, and to make sure that I'm adding something different to the team regardless of whether I'm batting or bowling is, I think, one of the most important things.
Back playing for Australia, how special?
Yeah, it's always a good time playing for the Australian cricket team, and this group is extremely fun to be a part of. We enjoy each other's company on and off the field, and we're playing some great cricket at the moment, so it's a great place to be a part of, and long may it continue.
Well played today, and congrats on your Player of the Match.
Thanks very much.
Glenn Maxwell, Player of the Match today. We'll now get Shea Hope, West Indies captain. Shea, come into my office, intimate seating here. You guys went pretty hard today with bat in hand. Is that a bit closer to the identity you want to see with bat?
Oh, well, yes, I think we still have to make sure we play in the conditions. We understand how difficult it is to defend a score here. So the way the Aussies have been batting, I think we need a little bit more runs to cushion our bowling performances. But maybe we didn't assess as well we could have, as well as we could have. So something that we still need to look at going into the last game.
You played 2 young seamers today, forward blades. How do they fit into your plans for the World Cup, Shea?
Well, they show that they're very capable of playing at this level. Blaze coming in his second game, showcasing his class, you know, executing very well against some quality strikers of the cricket ball. And it's something that we've been missing quite a little bit in the last couple of months or series, I'd say. You know, Obed has had some injuries, so we're still looking for that out-and-out left-arm seamer. It can be a big asset to any cricket team, so it's great to see him coming in and fitting in very nicely.
You were behind the stumps in the Test match. You're here now. How would you grade the West Indies fielding in this entire series of Australia?
I would say subpar. You know, we always understand, or we kind of neglect the importance of strong fielding performances, especially when the ball is flying all over the place. You got to ensure that you're putting your body on your line, taking those crucial chances, because that can be the deciding factor of who wins and who loses. So it's something that we may have let ourselves down in a sense. But yeah, the reality is fielding is very important in cricket games, especially close ones when you have to give yourself a chance of winning.
Shea, thank you for your honesty, and we'll see you again on Monday where you'll be hoping to win again.
Thank you.
Shea Hope, captain of the West Indies, will now get a very happy Mitch Marsh, who will be proud of his men and the way they've gone. Mitch, thanks for joining me in this new seating. Mitch, tell me about the way you guys bowled today. How would you assess that performance?
Yeah, I think it was an all-round really good effort. Obviously, to take a few early wickets, we know teams like the West Indies are going to, with how deep they bat, we knew that they're going to come hard the whole innings, which they did. But I thought the way we were able to, I guess, navigate some tricky overs and keep taking wickets, I sort of feel, 2/3 is probably par on that. So thought it was an outstanding effort with the ball.
And when a team is coming hard at you as captain, how does that change your plans?
It can get a little bit more hectic out there, but I think as a group we've sort of spoken about trying to stay really calm under pressure and really just focus on executing our skills and being as proactive as we can with our fields. And I thought, the guys have, kind of got better and better every game, and it's something that we've spoken about. So, yeah, really happy with that.
Just finally, a major bright spark has been Cam Green. What are the characteristics you're seeing in him that makes you confident he can be a long-term option at 4?
Well, I think it's always exciting. He hasn't played a lot of T20 cricket for Australia. I think I said that a few games ago, simply for the fact that he's played a lot of Test cricket already. And yeah, I guess for him the main thing was for him to enjoy playing cricket for Australia. Test cricket can be a bit of a grind, a lot of pressure. So it's been really nice to see him, I guess, free up a little bit and hopefully really enjoy his cricket. And we know how important he is for Australian cricket. So we're lucky to have him.
Mitch, you've hardly put a foot wrong. Well led, well said.
Thank you.
Another victory for Australia. They've now won 11 out of their last 12 T20Is. West Indies, though, lots of concerns for them. They've only won 3 out of their last 19. 205 is what they got tonight, and again they failed to defend over 200. Australia getting there with 4 deliveries remaining, 3 wickets in hand, and they have a 4-0 series lead. In 2 days' time, we'll have the 5th and final match of this series and of this tour. West Indies up against Australia. Will be live from Warner Park at 6:30 local time. Those of you who are in the Caribbean and across in Australia, stay tuned. We have that ESPN Around the Wicket show with Ian Bishop and some others. Lots of insights there. All of the others, we want to thank you once again for the pleasure of your company, and we'll see you in a couple of days' time.
Welcome everyone to ESPN Around the Wicket, and we're in a new position here for those of us, or those of you who have followed us throughout this series because of the inclement weather. We're seated here near to the Players Pavilion with Brad Haddon and Darren Ganga, and just to update you as to how match number 4 of this T20I series has gone. Again, everything very familiar. Toss to Australia, who choose to bowl. West Indies getting to 205. Rutherford, Shepherd, so many contributions without anyone going on to a big score. Zampa amongst the wickets, as well as Hardy, and then Australia 206 for 7 with 4 deliveries to spare. Green, Inglis, Maxwell amongst the runs. So a win for Australia by 3 wickets, a 4th consecutive run chase in this series, Brad Haddon, and again the spoils to you as the former Australian player, and how you thought this one panned out.
Well, I thought it was a contest. I thought there was stages in the game that the West Indies have learnt with what's happened throughout the series, and where I'll go with that is at times the bowlers look like they haven't had a plan throughout the series, but today they had a plan. They looked to go wide at times, hit Inglis in the heel. Yes, they bowled a couple of wides, but I tell you what it was, they had a plan to shut the scoreboard down, and that's one thing that was really pleasing with the way they went. I thought Blades was outstanding. I watched him really close today, and someone so young and so new into the team, he was moving his field, so he had a real clear idea on what he was trying to do. So to me, the West Indies should take some really good positive things out of the game. Once again, Australia dominated, but they were different today, the West Indies.
For West Indian fans, Darren Ganga, what can you say to them about this performance today?
Well, it was much more competitive. A couple more positives, I would say, with the bowling lineup. We spoke about Blades and how he performed with 3 wickets, bowling in that first phase of the innings, coming back through the middle and at the back end. The other thing, too, is the versatility shown by Akeal Hussain, who bowled in that middle period 3 overs and then bowled the 20th over as well. I think he has to open his mind to the fact that he may be called upon to play that type of role. So that's a positive, I think, for the West Indies from a bowling point of view, and from a batting point of view, to get to over 200 without their openers performing. That is another way of scoring sufficient runs and being competitive in a T20 match. So a lot more positivity in this match. They would have been much more pleased to have a winning outcome.
Yeah.
It was not to be, but again, I think they could have been a little bit smarter in the last 5 overs with the bat and probably gotten themselves more into that 220 marker zone.
Let's talk about the run chase and the bat of Josh Inglis, who's got his 2nd half century of the series.
Well, the one thing he's found is a power game, Josh Inglis. If you have a look at his 51 there, 46 of those came in boundaries. We've known he's always been a touch player. He's versatile. He has that 360 game. But what he's starting to find now is a real power game as well. The bowlers have to be really on point to what they're trying to do to him, because he can take the game on. But tonight, what I liked about it is the West Indies had a plan, and then Josh had to change his game a little bit to combat that, and he did.
Maxwell then pumped up the order. Your thoughts on how he executed?
Well, I think he plays like it's an expression of self, and that's pretty much the culture we've seen the batting from the Australians. There's no inhibitions with the way he goes about scoring runs. He sees ball, hits ball. It's a natural sort of instinct, and that is when he's at his best. And again tonight, he had to be patient at the start, because after 5 overs he had faced about 4 or 5 balls, and then when Inglis got out, he took control. And he started to make sure that Australia was ahead of that rate, and they kept sending that required rate down, which has been a feature of the run chases from the Australians in this series.
He can be a little bit of a frustrating player, mercurial in many senses, Maxwell.
Well, tonight he actually showed a bit of maturity in the way he played. He only faced 5 balls in the power play. He allowed Josh Inglis to express himself, and he was on a bit of a heater at the start, so he allowed Josh Inglis to play the game. But when his opportunity came to turn the game on, the one thing he did do, he scored all around the ground. And just watching his innings tonight, he stood a lot still. He didn't move as much around the crease as he had in the past, and he hit to the short side. He played the ball where the ball should be played, and it was a really mature innings from Glenn Maxwell. And one, we know he can be frustrating to watch, but when he does go off like that, he's a genuine match winner.
Yeah, and the West Indies then sort of initiated a few breakthroughs, but Cam Green, for the second time, I think, in the series, held firm.
Yeah, he did, and he's showing consistency in that number 4 position. What I thought he did very well was play the situation. He came in, he assessed exactly where Australia was, and he knew that he had to carry the tempo set by Inglis and Maxwell. And he was there to the end of the innings, which is very, very important. You don't often see that in T20 cricket. I think he's building a great reputation for himself in this format of the game, going in, playing the situation, finishing the game, and crossing the line for his team.
What is that celebration that they're coming up with?
I have no idea. I think it's having a bit of fun with Tim David. When you hit the ball like Tim David, you can get away with anything. So I think the boys are having a bit of fun with Tim David, but it's starting to become a bit of a trend. It's a good sign, though, because they're only doing it when they get to a milestone. So just look at the smile that gets there from Cameron Green, and you could see by the reaction in the change room. It's been a long tour, and you know on the long tour, Bish, these little things can amuse a change room.
It's very amusing. It's just that Tim David looks so ferocious when he does it. Green looks ferocious, and English doesn't quite have the same ferocity. Director is trying to get us to do it. I'm not doing it. I'm not falling for that. Yep, because we're going to go to a break. We're going to a break. Good time to have a little break, and when we come back, we will talk a little bit about how the West Indies went with the ball. Don't go away. Welcome back to ESPN Around the Wicket, and it's tough, really tough for the West Indies, but Australia doing what they came here to do, winning these first 4 T20 internationals, 4 on the bounce, 4 run chases. Darren Ganga and Brad Haddon still here with me. We teased to the fact that we would talk about the way the West Indies went with the ball. It was a sort of a different makeup of their bowling attack today. They managed to prize out 7 wickets.
Yeah, and I like that. I think we spoke about it in the pre-show and before the match, the fact that the West Indies needed to do something different with their configuration of bowlers, and we saw that. We didn't see Akil Hussain in that power play phase. We saw Seam with Jadier Blades. He picked up an early wicket, that of Mitch Marsh, and then he kind of pries open things a bit with Seam and his partner in Romario Shepherd. So it was great to see the West Indies do something a little bit different, and I felt that was the way to go against Australia. You don't want them to come and counter what the data suggests. We saw that in the first couple T20 internationals, so that's a positive sign. Akeal Hussain playing a different role too. Was superb to see him bowling in the middle 3 overs there and then bowling the 20th over as well. The other thing I must say about the West Indies bowling as a collective, this is the first time in the series they allowed Australia to score less sixes than them when they batted. So that is something that they can take confidence from, and again, something to build upon.
I thought they had a really clear plan when Australia got going, what they needed to do. I thought Blades, in only his second game, was outstanding. I watched, as I said before, I watched him close, and he controlled his field. And that's what you like from a young bowler, understanding where he's trying to bowl, how he's trying to get the batsman out. And even there was a stage in the game where Jason Holder went around the wicket. Yes, he bowled 3 or 4 wides, but that was only an execution problem. That was really well planned from the West Indies. They tried something different. They got the rewards for that in the end with consistent wickets. But the one thing it looked like today, they had a plan when they were put under pressure, and that shows to me they're learning.
And look, it's Jason Holder at the end there, got into the act there, and the run out coming towards the back end. Unfortunate for Bartlett, but it was a good strike and some luck going the way of Romario Shepherd. You can't blame anyone too hard for that. But again, it shows us, and it speaks to the advantage of having that left-handed seamer in your attack in this shortest format, generally in any attack. But he swung the ball up front, which is what you want, and then he was able to change up lines and change up pace later on. That's sort of what you want. It sort of pitched outside leg, as the ball tracking suggested, but then using the angle there and going across the batter, then taking maybe a little pace off the ball. And I love the way that he went from full in his first over, pulled his length back slightly, adjusted when the ball sort of wasn't swinging there, so, and then pace off. So how do we sort of talk a little bit about that package?
Well, first, you've got to say well done. His job with the new ball is to find ways to get wickets, and what he did tonight was he got the ball nice and full. He allowed the ball the opportunity to swing. You talk about the LBW to Mitch Marsh, but he also hit him on the pad the ball before. So he was attacking the stumps, he got the ball nice and full, and then there was a decision made to change his length and go into the wicket and use the pace off and variations when the ball wasn't swinging. So he had a clear plan.
And I like the sort of segue and the animation of this pitch map, because it went from his first over, the white ones which were full, he overpitched a little bit looking for swing too much when there was none in the second over. The blue ones pulled his length back, the red ones in that third over, and of course that fourth over he had to show some of his variations. So from an acumen point of view, are we to read anything into his smarts and reading the game?
Yeah, I think it shows that he has that skill set to swing the ball, which is something that you will always use in any format of the game. So that's a plus for him. You spoke about him being a left-hander, the angle bowling to a right-hander. Oftentimes you'll find right-handed batters trying to hit straight when they should be hitting with the angle of the ball. And then thirdly, I think one of the things he can consider in the future is, of course, to change the angle by going round the wicket. Yeah. That's another option to use later in the innings if there's some assistance from the surface, and if he wants to bowl a wider off-stump line to a right-hander. So he is on that part of learning. Again, he has not played a T20 game before his debut, the game before. So it was fascinating to see him hold his confidence. For one, his attitude was great, kept a smile on his face, and I think he looks like a coachable young man.
He's a hard worker. He's very, very determined. There were a couple of blips in the field, and I don't want to pick on guys with this, but all the way through this Australia tour of the Caribbean, there have been challenges with some of the catching. Shea Hope?
I think it's an attitude thing, Vish. I really do. And I want to take you, and I don't want to pinpoint anyone. I take you the second last over. It was the last ball, and the West Indies needed Xavier Bartlett on strike. Hetmeyer was standing on the ring and allowed Xavier Bartlett to get a one, and green get on strike. Bang, bang, the game's over. That, to me, is cricket smarts and from your senior player, match awareness. The bowlers did a great job tonight to create those chances, but the fielders' attitudes, to me, they're not expecting the ball. When you're in the field, you've got to have a mindset that I can influence every ball. And you've only got 120 contests. And that's the one thing I don't think the West Indies are doing. They're not trying to influence the result of the game every ball, and that's an attitude thing, not from the kids. It's from their senior players that should know better.
And there's a lot of drilling that goes on in practice sessions and stuff, and the Aussies sort of implement that first of all from their standard practice, and they haven't been faultless on this tour, but tonight we saw some special ones.
And I think Maxwell alluded to it. He alluded to the fact that he spends a lot of time working on his game, working on his agility, working on that skill to catch on the boundary line and to relay that catch, which he did. So he was moving first right, then left, one-handed in the air. And how about this for a catch? Relayed it to Cam Green, having the awareness. It is, I would say, it has just amplified the standard of the West Indians. Yeah, that's a Maxwell catch, the third that he took in the game. And it was a real game changer because Romario Shepherd was well set. The one thing I can say about that is, you know, fielding and catching in T20 cricket is a critical part of the game, especially when you're playing against the #1 ranked team in that format.
Yeah, and that's the way that you can just supplement everything. So is that something that can be improved upon quickly, I suppose, is what fans will be asking?
If the player wants to, Bish, and that's as simple as it gets. Tonight, it's not about skill. I watch the West Indies at times move in the field, and they're as athletic as any fielding team in the world. It's just that willingness to want to make a difference. So tonight, Australia realised on this surface, you're not getting much swing. It's a small boundary. We've got to find another way that we can get involved in the game. And you've seen that tonight. There was a change in the way they approached their fielding tonight. They wanted to make a difference every ball. They wanted to make every ball a contest and show the bowlers, this is hard work out here, but you've got 10 other blokes behind you that are going to make a difference and make those little half chances a lot easier for you. And that's the mentality that the West Indies need to do. It's not about how many fielding drills you do. It's about understanding the match situation and wanting to roll up your sleeves and make a difference for the guy standing next to you.
Yeah, well, Maxwell was an exemplar tonight, and we had people in the crowd saying this is how it's done as well. And we have some former cricketers who couldn't pull their socks up because this gentleman here just said, look, I don't need these hours of practice and routine. I can catch it, have a seat, show off to the crowd. And then we have one or two former players who are trying to emulate this and aren't quite able to do it with the ease with which that gentleman and Maxwell were able to do it. Samuel Badri, my God, you let the team down. We'll take a short break and come back with more, hopefully better catching as well. Don't go away. Welcome back to ESPN Around the Wicket with Darren Ganga and Brad Haddon, where we are continuing our analysis of this fourth T20 International. Australia chasing down that 205 for the loss of 7 wickets, winning by 3 wickets, 4-0 in the series. And we're talking wickets again, I suppose, Brad, if you talk about a reconfigured, reconstituted Australia bowling attack with Bartlett and those players coming, how did they go?
Well, I thought there was a real clear reason why those two came into the team. Australia were looking for new ball bowlers and wickets in the power play. I thought up front Hardy swung the ball, but this man, Xavier Bartlett, he just keeps getting better and better. He's a new ball specialist. He's got a great record against West Indies every time he's played. He got 4 wickets in the previous 2 games he's played against the West Indies, but he's a smart bowler. But the one thing he does do, he does get the ball to move off the surface, and that's what Australia needed tonight. They identified they needed to find a way to get some wickets in that power play, and tonight Xavier Bartlett and Hardy were outstanding up front.
And Darren Ganga, the wickets continued. We talk about Hardy getting into the game.
Yeah, and I think the 4 wickets that they got in the middle really dented the West Indians, although they was scoring at a good tempo. Again, it just proves that it was not just about good economy. It's about wicket taking too. You saw Zampa travel for a few runs, but he still picked up 3 wickets and allowed Australia to win possibly that last 5-over phase of the game. So again, you have to give credit to the Australians. That is what they've done with this West Indian side. They've managed to always bring back the game in their control with their wicket taking ability. And we've spoken about the all cricket and their catching, just that cohesion with ball, with the tactical sort of nous and the support of the fielders doing the business. Romario Shepherd just getting too early into that swing, tugging it leg side. It's a pity that Rutherford didn't really get going, because it could have been a much bigger total for the West Indians.
And the reactions of both players, Rutherford and Powell, after they were dismissed, told us a lot. So there we go. So with the pressure or the knowledge for these guys that Stark and Cummins and Hazelwood are going to come back, how do they keep calm in the face of the assistance that they got?
Well, the only thing you can do is when you get the opportunities to perform. And yes, you've got the big 3 fast bowlers out, but who knows how long they're going to be involved in all 3 formats of the game. It's going to be a taxing summer at home with the Ashes, and these guys want to play for Australia. They want the opportunity, so they're not worried that they're up 3 lovey in a series. They want the opportunity to put that green and goal on. And you could see tonight, just up front with the new ball in the field, they were hungry. They were hungry to win. They were hungry to get their opportunity to play again for Australia. And you don't have to worry about who's on the sideline. You just got to worry about the 11 out there that want to be a part of a win.
Zampa certainly doesn't, and he started a little bit barren in the first T20 International, but has rounded in. And you see what I did there? ESPN Around the Wicket. He rounded in with some good form in the last couple of games.
Yeah, he did. And I really want to get Brad Haddon's view on this, because I think in terms of white ball cricket, you look at what he's achieved, and he's right up there with Shane Warne. I feel when you talk leg spin, you talk wicket-taking ability, and more so in the white ball format, he must be mentioned alongside the great Shane Warne.
Well, I'll tell you what he is in white ball format. He's our most influential bowler. If you go back to the 50-over World Cup, when Australia had a slow start, it was off the back of teams attacking Adam Zampa. When Zampa started to get his rhythm in the game, started to find his length in the subcontinent and looked to take wickets, all of a sudden Australian fortune changed. And yes, you had the 3 fast bowlers. We've got great depth in fast bowling, but Adam Zampa is our most important bowler, because he's the one that controls those middle overs. He can be used at the start, middle end, but his mindset's about taking wickets. And yes, he plays his 100th match in the last T20 game. No other Australian's done that. So, yeah, I think he's our most influential bowler in the white ball.
I like how he paused there. Instead of saying in 2 days' time, he says tomorrow is past midnight. So we're going to take one more break. Lots of passionate fans here still following West Indies cricket. And she let us know tonight that the standards need to be very, very high. It's all in good fun. A little bit of coaching there as well when we come back after this break. Hopefully, we look forward to the last game that will be played here, and hopefully she can see the sort of success that she wants. Don't go away. back here for our last segment on ESPN Around the Wicket with Brad Haddon and Darren Gang. And Mitch Marsh, just a reminder, he said at the toss today that even though it's not experimenting, it's about getting guys playing time but winning every game. So as we look forward to the final game of this series, what are we to expect? Adam Zampa, you talked about getting to 100 T20 internationals.
I think Adam Zampa will definitely play, but the one thing they made it really clear at the start of the tournament is they want to give opportunity. And that's what they've done. They want to build depth in their squad going into a World Cup. And as you know, with a World Cup, you don't just win the World Cup with 11 players. You win it with a squad. And that's a mentality that have come into this series. They want a squad mentality.
And Robin Powell.
Yep, 100 T20 international, former captain. He'll want to make a statement. I also think that they'll want to get more competitiveness from their bowling and batting and maybe secure a win.
Someone like Joel Andrew, does he come into the picture here having been in the squad?
I would think that they should give him an opportunity, maybe an Evan Lewis as well, depending on Rovman Paul and his fitness. Yeah. He had to leave the field. So, again, there are options, and I'd like to see the West Indies be a little more enterprising with their resources. So
still, you both agree, both teams still looking to win, very important. Thank you very much to Darren Ganga. Thank you very much to Brad Haddon. West Indies might win a toss come the last game, because Australia won another one today, chose to bowl again. West Indies got to 205 for 9 with Rutherford and Shepherd, Powell, etc. chipping in, and then Australia romping home by 3 wickets with 4 deliveries to spare. Green, Inglis, Maxwell amongst the runs. So the last game, 6:30 p.m. local time here at Warner Park, Monday, July 28th, this coming Monday. West Indies, Australia. We love our little place here. See you for that last game.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Srinivas Craig David. Welcome to highlights of the 4th T20 International. West Indies taking on Australia. West Indies losing the toss, asked to bat first. It was an innings filled with intent. And with intent meant wickets as well. First time the Australians took more than 1 wicket in the power play. They took 3. King, Hope, Chase. West Indies were in some early trouble, but that did not discourage Rutherford, Powell, and the middle order. Rutherford got his series best score of 31 before Zampa dismissed him. And then Rovman Powell displayed his muscle. A couple of lengthy maximums. Soon after, Shimron Hetmeyer, who was similarly looking to power the ball, he fell wide of off stump. And Powell, again, he too trying to find that 6. And the fielding and catching today from the Australians, outstanding. Much like Romario Shepherd, who came in earlier. That was an outstanding catch. But Shepherd, this was a huge moment of the game when he was dismissed thanks to spectacular athleticism from Glenn Maxwell with help from Cameron Green. 3 catches for Maxwell in his player of the match performance. Jason Holder, he continued to go with the norm for the West Indies, much like Matthew Ford, who showed some innovation. But then, again, the Australians winning the big moments and fighting back. Yeah. Getting Ford and then Holder in quick succession with 2 overs to go. West Indies relied on Akil Hossain. They got just 41 for 2 to get to 205 for 9. Jadier Blades rushed off the field. He would have an important job to do in getting his first T20I wicket of Mitch Marsh, but it wasn't much relief because Josh Inglis brought similar intent to the crease in his second half century of the series. He found the boundary, 46 of his 51 runs in boundaries, and we saw the common celebration among the Aussies before a low full toss dismissed him. Decent catch by Rutherford there, and then Glenn Maxwell took over. New position, opening the batting. He will do what his team requires. Today it was power the ball. But after some carnage, Akil Hossain able to prize him out. Didn't bowl in the power play today, Hossain, and Blades would add to his tally, going wide of the stumps to get Owen and then Connolly in the same over. But that opened up an opportunity for Cam Green to win another chase. Another 50 in this series. And Aaron Hardy assisted him. Got 2 wickets earlier. Played an important innings with bat as well before he was dismissed. But Green, resilient. 3rd 50 in the series at number 4 as well. That was fortune for Shepherd, just getting a finger on that. But of course, they got home in the end. As the rain came, so did the wind. Australia go up 4-0 in the series.
Yes, an unassailable 3-0 lead in the series so far with 2 more.
Yeah. Catch it!
West Indies. Yeah.
Yeah.